Dear participants, are we audible?
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, resource persons, faculty members, and participants. As we gather on this final day of AICTE ATL Faculty Development Program on Advances in Applications and Ethical Dimension in Intelligent Systems and Digital Security, organized by Department of Computer Science, Nirmala College, Muatupura, we celebrate a week of insightful sessions and collaborative learning. Today, we begin with a session on graphs and graph neural networks by Dr. Malu G, Assistant Professor, School of Computer Science and Engineering, Digital Marketing University, Kerala, followed by a session on Empowering Digital Defense in Cyber World by Mr. Sajit Shashidharan, Senior Consultant in Cyber Securities, Wipro Technologies, Kochi. And the final session for today will be handled by Mr. Sliba Paul on Agents and Retrieval Augmented Generation. Every session will be followed by a question and answer session where the participants can either unmute themselves or type down their queries and questions in the chat box. Kindly fill the feedback form shared after each session for marking your attendance. As it is the end day of our faculty development program, we will be having a valedictory section where the participants can share your suggestions and opinions or feedbacks about the entire faculty development program. And we will conclude today's programs with an online test, and the link for the test and the instructions will be shared at the end. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Malu for the today's first section on graph and graph neural networks. Dr. Malu ji is a faculty member in the School of Computer Science and Engineering at Digital University, Kerala. She holds a PhD in Computer Science and Technology and a master's degree in Computer Applications from the University of Kerala, along with a postdoctoral fellowship from the Indian Institute of Information Technologies and Management, Kerala. With over 19 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Malu specializes in pattern recognition, medical image processing, shape and margin descriptors, and graph algorithms. Her research interests lie in developing advanced methodologies and algorithms in these domains to address real-world challenges and improve societal well-being. She has worked extensively in medical imaging applications, contributing to the early diagnosis of breast cancer in collaboration with Regional Cancer Center Trivandrum, and to the detection of neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's, mild cognitive impairment, hydrocephalus using structural descriptors. Beyond medical research, Dr. Malu is actively involved in digital preservation and transformation of intangible cultural art forms of Kerala. She currently serves as the principal investigator of the Center for Digital Transformation in Culture. We are eager to learn from your expertise. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I share my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. The slide is visible, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So shall I start? So first of all, I would like to thank Nirmala College and Professor Sharon for inviting me and for this kind introduction. So myself, Maruji, I am working as assistant professor in School of Computer Science and Engineering, Digital University, Kerala. So today, I am giving a brief overview of what are the insightful, it's my insightful thoughts, okay. So in some insightful thoughts about graphs and graphs neural network. So being a researcher and faculty working in computer science or electronics, we all know about how much graphs are relevant for this nowadays, AI, machine learning, whatever it is. Okay, so I would like to give some vision or some thoughts that could build or help you people to recognize some areas of research that can be an extension of this graph and graph neural networks. Okay, so can you see my second slide? Overview of my presentation.
Yes, miss.
Okay, thank you. So in this presentation, I would like to give a brief introduction about graph and graph representation, pattern recognition, popular graph feature for pattern recognition, some basics of neural network, graph neural networks and its variants. And we can also discuss knowledge graph. And regarding the research perspective, I would like to explain about a project called Kerala's Living Heritage, a digital journey developed by us, and some feature extraction, feature engineering technique using graphs, and how this graph can be used to map our brain connectivity. Okay, so this is a brief overview of my presentation, right? So as all of you know, we have natural living beings have their own intelligence. We are collecting information from the environment, capturing it and giving it to our brain for processing. And we have some memory and retrieving things from the memory and doing some processing. We could able to recognize things. We are able to make some decisions. Okay, so keeping all these things in our mind, we are trying to develop some sort of intelligent machines. We are also trying to make our machines intelligent. Okay, so whatever that we are obtaining, we are trying to mimic and make our system to be intelligent. Okay, so actually we are taking details from our environment. We have 5 sense organs, right? So our skin, tongue, eyes, ears, nose. Now, all these sense organs helps us to take information from the environment, our society, right? Different feelings like touch, pressure, temperature, smell, sound, light, vision, uh, sound, music, taste. Okay, so whatever it is, all these information from the environment will capture through our sense organs, and through nerve system we send all these information to our brain for processing, right? So this is the outside world where where the information is there, and through sense organs, receptors that we have, our sense organs, we capture, and it will send to our brain for processing. So after processing the details, the brain will give you some insightful thoughts. Okay, so what decision you want to take, whether to run or whether to walk or whether to smile, whatever it is, it will, brain will process your information, and through the spinal cord and nerve system, it will send these details to our other parts of our body, right? So we have the capability of thinking. Okay, so we perceive things from the environment, we understand it, we are able to predict things, and we also are able to manipulate things, right? So now we are trying to make our system intelligent. We are trying to create a system that can think like human or perform like human, right? So how this could be happen? How we, the human being or natural being, able to recognize things or recognize or memorize things or able to do some process? That's a question. So then only we are able to, if understanding all these things, only we are able to make write similar algorithms for our computer, right? Okay, so let us see these images. What you can see in all these images? You can see some desert, some cars are arranged, and the last one is some wood log, some signals are there, eaves are there. So in all these images, in the flower, in whatever it is, you can see some sort of patterns, repeated things, right? So again, when we wanted to process something or want to, suppose we teach children showing some birds, like suppose it is crow. Okay, so we mention if the boy or girl, and that this is a crow, we introduce them. This is a crow, this is a bird, this is black in color, look at its shape, how listen to the sound, okay, and its mannerism. All these details may be fed into the baby's mind, and baby feed this in their brain. Okay, so multiple times this teaching process may happen, right? So whenever the baby again came across, so the baby could able to recognize this is a crow. Okay, this is how we introduce animals, birds, other objects, whatever it is. So all these we can see some sort of pattern. So all these patterns may be feed into our brain. Okay, so whenever you see this particular picture of desert, you could recognize this is a picture of desert, right? So what is this picture? Are you able to recognize the picture of a First Lady? If so, please respond. Who is in the first picture? Anybody?
Mona Lisa.
Yes, Mona Lisa. So how you are able to recognize if this is Mona Lisa? You have already seen this picture, and these things may be stored in your brain. Her pattern of her eyes, her nose, the sweet smile, background, everything, right? So seeing this particular image, you are able to recollect the information that is in your brain, in your memory. Okay, then and somehow your brain is able to process it, the information that is already stored in your memory, process it, and able to tell that this is Mona Lisa, recognize this as Mona Lisa. That's how when we are traveling, we are able to recognize the path, the way, the buildings across, everything, right? So that sort of information may be stored in our brain, and we are able to retrieve that information, retrieve that pattern, and able to recognize the details from brain. Okay, so in coming to pattern recognition or machine learning activities, we are feeding similar information to the computer, right? If we want to classify dogs and cats, the features, the patterns that tells that how a cat look like, that will be feed into computer. It may be the color, the shape of cat, the length, type of its tail, type of its eyes, the size and shape of its eyes or ears, whatever it is, we will feed into the computer in the form of numbers. Okay, so the computer could only understand numbers, right? So similarly for dogs, we will collect the details, what the mannerism, the looks, the color, the texture, whatever it is, into the of the dog, and feed into computer memory, and our pattern recognition algorithm is able to recognize or classify dogs and cats, right? So the major things that we kept in our computer memory is the color features, texture features, and shape features, right? But in some, or for all these cases, we keep all these details or information in the form of data, in the form of tabular form or numbers, right? Okay, but this is not the case when some sort of application that is not this color, texture, and shape information may not be relevant for the processing. Such sort of application required what? Some sort of connectivity. That application that demands this sort of connectivity in the information or data. We are not able to process it through with the conventional texture, color, or shape features. So in such sort of application, we are going to discuss that type of application where it required what? This node or connectivity based details for processing, right? So this is what you can see in the first image, fish. Okay, so in the fish image, instead of this, along with the texture, color, and the shape, some connectivity can also be built, like the number of fins, the length between the tail and its mouth, the mouth distance between the eyes and its mouth. Okay, the eye distance between eyes and first fin, eyes and second fin, and so on. Okay, so all these information can also help to recognize or classify fishes, right? So some object detection or classification activities, this connectivity based thing could help more than texture, color, or shape based features. Okay, so in this example, in face recognition, some connectivity graphs or graphs are built on his face, like distance between eyes and nose, the shape of the eye, the distance between eyes and eyebrows. So some key points are identified, And with the help of this key points, some connectivity is made, and all these connectivity, key points and connectivity, distance between the key points could tell what, able to correctly distinguish the person. Okay, so similarly for social network, in the case of social network, who all are friends, who all be in a particular, interested in particular activity or particular what, art form or particular area of interest, who all are studying or working. So that sort of connectivity analysis in social network also demand the requirement of graphs. Another example is brain networks. In brain networks, actually, I mentioned that we capture things from the environment and send it to our brain for processing. Okay, so that for a particular activity, only a certain part of our brain will get simulated and it will start working for that particular activity. Okay, so there also some sort of brain regions get simulated, and the simulated brain regions and the nearby regions, which is also get simulated, can be recognized and connectivity can be made. And with this type of graphs, connectivity graphs, annotated brain graphs, we can also come to some conclusion that could help our machine learning or AI activity. Okay, I will speak more about in upcoming slides. So in brain network analysis also, this type of connectivity can be made, right? So coming to some visual analytics, in some sort of relationship is between one particular region and another particular region, or nodes or vertices, whatever you call it is. So there also, with the help of machine learning libraries or deep learning libraries, you are able to generate connectivity pattern and able to classify or distinguish or predict things. Okay, so this is another example for it's called, can be called as a knowledge graph. So here in the picture you can see how Mona Lisa is related to Leonardo da Vinci. So we can say he painted the image, Mona Lisa image. Okay, so it's where it is placed and who all are visiting the museum where it is placed, and where is the museum, and what are the other monuments or buildings in that particular place. Okay, so such sort of information that demands building graphs. Okay, so we can call graphs are powerful data structures used to represent entities and their relationship, right? Okay, so instead of keeping all these things in tables, this could be a better way to represent details, and that can also be stored in computer for processing, right? So coming to some application areas, machine learning, there are increasingly relevant because many real-world systems like social networks, molecular structures, biological pathways, traffic systems, knowledge-based systems. Okay, all these type of applications, the graphs are the appropriate data structure or methodology that could work correctly. Okay, so coming to the definition of graphs, graphs is defined as an ordered pair consisting of a set of vertices and edges. Okay, so we call the set, capital V, as a set of vertices, and it could be labeled as V1, V2, V3, etc., Vn, and set of edges. It could be can be the connectivity between the vertices. It can also be labeled as E1, E2, E3, etc., En. Okay, so some general graph can be a directed graph or an undirected graph. So if it is a directed graph, it represented using arrowed edges, and if it's undirected, direction may not be mentioned in the edges. So this is now becomes a undirected graph. Okay, so there are so many different types of graphs, and there are so many definitions are there. Okay, based on the edge property, the graphs are defined as directed graphs, undirected graph, weighted graph, unweighted graphs, and based on the connectivity and composition, graphs are named as null graphs, trivial graphs, connected graph, disconnected graphs, complete graph, bipartite graph, and based on the path and loop, graphs are defined as cyclic graph, acyclic graph, directed acyclic graph. Okay, some other miscellaneous different types of graphs are simple, multi-graph, pseudo-graph, regular graph, finite graph, and infinite graph. So I hope somewhat or most of the terms are familiar to you people, since you have belongs to computer science and electronics. So these are the different categories or types of graphs based on edge properties, connectivity properties, a cyclic path or loop property, and some miscellaneous properties. Okay, so these are the different types of graphs. So coming to static graphs are data structure representing relationship within the fixed set of components, the edges and edges we called, or nodes, or connectivity between these edges or links may be static, wouldn't change within while running the application. Okay, so that is static graph, and this static graph may be applications help in applications where social networks, navigation systems, transportation network, computer networks, recommendation system, knowledge graph, biology, data mining, and clustering, image processing. Okay, while in the case of dynamic graphs, it allows addition or deletion of nodes and edges. Ideal for situation which with frequently changing relationship, where what temporal details you want to store. The details of graphs are changing when time goes on. Okay, that sort of we can create dynamic graphs. Okay, so other type of graph is homogeneous graph. Heterogeneous graphs are also be there. In heterogeneous graphs, what different types of nodes and edges may be there in the graph, right? So edges and vertices, may of different types. For in this example of this heterogeneous graph, you can see author is considered as a vertex, paper is another vertex, venue is another vertex. Okay, so all these authors, papers, venues are connected through edges, right? Okay, so the different types of vertices and connectivity in the vertices are there. Okay, this is an example for heterogeneous graphs. So I would like to ask, is there any queries so far? So if so, I can address it. Is there any query you would like to ask?
Dear participants, you may kindly post the queries in the chat box, or either you can switch on your mic and ask the questions if you're having any doubts, please.
Or can I move forward? If you don't have any queries, I will move forward.
Ma'am, I think there are no queries at present.
Okay, let me move forward. Okay, so coming to how to represent this graphs in computer. Okay, so this is a multi-graph, a graph that has what parallel edges. Okay, so simple graph, parallel edges wouldn't be there. Suppose this is a multi-graph, example for multi-graph. If you wanted to store this multi-graph in a computer, we can use a metric representation like this one. Okay, so this is adjacency matrix representation of this multi-graph. So it tells that when node A is connected to node B, you can see node A is connected to node B. It can be connected. indicated by putting a 1 here in its interconnected point. Okay, node A and B are connected. So A is again connected to node D. So this could be here in between this A and D, you can put a 1. So if it is not A and C are not connected, so we can put a 0 in between. Okay, so this is how a matrix, adjacency matrix of this graph can be built. Okay, so you can see node C and node D are connected and 2 edges are helping them to connect. So D and C, we can put a 2 here since these two are connected through 2 parallel edges, right? Okay, this is how adjacency matrix representation comes. If you want to, if a graph is weighted graph, that is, weights are represented here in the edges, it means that the weightage or distance between 2 vertices or the priority between these vertices, we can represent it by giving some weights to the edges. So that sort of graph, weighted graph, there also we can have some representation like matrix representation, like where you can mention the weights of edges here. Vertex A to C, you can put C, which means that it's a 3 weighted edge. Okay, so A and B is connected and only 1 is put as weight for this connectivity, A to B. That can also be represented here. Okay, so here you can see B and C is connected and its weight is 5. Okay, so this is the weighted graph representation. Incidence matrix is another representation where you will mention the vertices as row headings and edge labels as column headings or vice versa. Okay, so edge labels as well as vertex labels may be there in incidence matrix representation, and edge A, 1 is connected to vertex A, we will put a 1 here in the intersecting point. Okay, A and C is connected, A is connected to edge 3, then that could be mentioned and put it as a 1 here. Okay, that is the incidence matrix. Incidence matrix representations along with the vertices, we may have the edge labels. As adjacency matrix representation, column heading and row heading may be vertices only, right? So this is a list representation of a graph where you can see if you use the matrix representation, most of the portions are represented as zeros. Okay, so which means that there is no connectivity. So instead of wasting memory by putting some zeros, we call this type of matrix as a sparse matrix. Okay, so 6 into 6, 36 memory locations may be reserved to keep this matrix, right? So instead of wasting memory, we can have a list representation which which will keep only the active vertices and its connectivity edges. Okay, so node 1 is connected to node 2 and node 4. In the list represented, that could only be mentioned, right? So node 2, you can see that it's only connected to node 5. So that is represented here, right? Okay, so this is the list representation. So coming to, these are the basics of graph theory and graph data structures where which we could use for machine learning activities. So in while doing this machine learning, or we have to extract graph patterns from images or activity or data, we can generate this sort of sequences to teach the machine, right? Okay, so suppose we have some input. From the input, we will extract some features, graph features, and these features may be fed into our classification algorithm to classify whether this is a bird or this is a it's a cat. What it belongs to, what these features are belongs to what type of object. Okay, so that sort of information may be extracted using the feature extraction technique, and using the classification algorithm, it could able to classify, right? So suppose we want to classify different birds, the features, the color, texture, size, shape, sound, etc. will be taken as features and converted into numbers, and it will be fed into the system. In the case of graph features, we have to identify what are the different types of features that could help you to feed into the computer. Okay, so let us see what are the different types of graph features that could help you to do this machine learning activities. Okay, so graph features can be mainly categorized into these 4 type of features called as node level features, edge level features, graph level features, and automated feature learning through graph embedding. Okay, so these are the main handcrafted features that we can generate from the graphs. So suppose we have some graphs, suppose we have some images or social media networking or citation map, we can take that image and convert this image or details into graphs, and we can generate in all or required features, node features. Some applications demands only node features, some other application may demand edge features, some other application demands all these features can be built. Okay, accordingly we can build and be used to train the machine. Okay, so these features, node level features, capture the properties and position of individual nodes within the graph. Okay, it can be pre-existing or quantifiable properties of a node, such as degree of a node or age of a person in social network. Okay, so that could help you to, that can be attribute features. Degree centrality features tells you how much what and how many number of edges are connected to a particular node, indicating its level of direct connectivity. Okay, so and centrality measures that reveals the importance of node with the network based on the structural role. Okay, so another node features are betweenness centrality, eigenvector centrality, clustering coefficient, structural embeddings. All these have their own formula, categorization, picturization, and all these could help you to for this learning activities. Edge level features tells you the edge attribute, the property associated with specific relationship, such as in social media network, one person is friend with another person. Okay, that friendship activity can be represented as edge, and that could be used. So edge weight, as we discussed earlier, edge may be labeled with the priority or its weight. Okay, that can also be recognized as a weight. And shortest path, the minimum number of edges required to travel between 2 nodes, that can also be considered as a weight. Okay, so common neighbors, so what all neighbors are common to 2 or more vertices, that could also be referred to as edge level features. So measures of number of all possible walks between 2 nodes, that could be identified as Katz index, and that emphasis on shortest walk. Okay, so graph level features, we consider the entire graph, the entire connectivity of the graph, the density of the graph, the diameter, cycles in the graph. Okay, so node level features, only node and its properties in its characteristics may be identified. In edge level features, edge and its connectivity, its importance may be identified and can be have this edge level features. And graph level features altogether, every some formula or features algorithm that help us to characterize the properties of a graph, so that sort of features also be considered. Okay, So coming to automated feature learning through graph embedding. So it can be like random walk methods or neural network type things may be used to identify this graph embeddings, right? So a neighborhood aggregation method and attention mechanism are commonly used automated feature learning through graph embeddings. So in graph convolutional networks, neighborhood aggregation method may be used. So neighborhood, the characteristics of its neighborhood and its aggregated features, its local neighborhood features may be aggregated and skipped. Attention mechanism helps to use different weights to neighbors. So for example, if I am using, I have a communication network or a social media network, and a good friend of mine will be regularly communicated with me. Okay, so he or she may be a good friend of mine. Okay, so that connectivity, the person who is most frequently communicating with me can have more importance, right? So attention mechanism helps to identify who or the nodes that are most relevant to a particular node. Okay, that sort of interactions, mechanisms, or things can be used in attention graphs. So in feature aggregation, combining features from different levels. So that can be from node level to graph level to create comprehensive feature set. And so all these features like node level features, edge level features, and altogether the entire graph features and the aggregated features can be used to for the label or classify the entire graph. Okay, so here comes some applications of node classification. Node classification applications are network analysis, and image and pattern recognition application may also comes. So so far we discussed the machine learning type features, handcrafted features, and it's how this could be used for machine learning activity, right? So coming to the deep learning activity, deep learning neural networks, instead of creating this handcrafted feature, the deep learning algorithm itself will take the feature extraction techniques and the classification activity and classify the things accordingly. Okay, so graph neural networks are a class of neural networks designed specifically to work with graph structured data. So as I mentioned, it will take graph patterns and the relationship between connected entities within graph, making them ideal for application like social media network, recommendation systems, and molecular studies. Okay, so graph neural network processes graph data by passing information between nodes through their connections, okay, or it's called edges. So each node gather information from the neighbors in a process called message passing, and allowing it to learn representation based on the local structure and features. Okay, so iterative information may be sharing allows us to understand the context provided by the surrounding nodes in the graph. Okay, so these are the main key concepts of graph neural network. First one is message passing, second one node embeddings, and third one is graph level representation. In message passing, each node aggregates information from its neighbor through a process called message passing, and in node embedding, final result of message passing embedded on a feature vector. So all these nodes may be labeled based on the collected or aggregated information from each and every iterations. Okay, so graph level representation, in addition to the node embedding, some graph neural network architecture can produce representation for the entire graph, making it suitable for graph level tasks such as graph classification. So these are the operations that we have to do while generating graph neural networks. First one is initialization, second one message passing, and then updating. So in each of these activities, each of these iterations, we have to do message passing. So initially the input may be taken and some initialization may be done to what generate the graph, and the next level aggregation or features may be found with the help of message passing activity, and it will be taken, aggregated and iterated, and next level may be taken and it may be passed. So multiple iterations may be happen, and finally that node updates. Each and every step node may be updated, and finally the final node vector may be taken for this output classification or recognition activity. This is how the graph neural network works. Okay, so attention mechanism, attention neural network. So as I mentioned earlier, some weight or importance of neighboring node or difficulty during message passing. We will give some relationship or complex relationship are there in the connectivity between nodes and edges. We build some attention mechanism is built on the neighboring weighted edges. So based on that, neural network may be considered. So in next one is graph recurrent networks. In graph recurrent networks, the combines the principle of recurrent neural network with graph structure. It is designed to handling temporal dynamic graphs. So when the structure of graph is changing by time, we have to keep all these different graph structure during different times in memory. Okay, so the relationship and some sort of relationship may be also there in between different graphs kept in different time interval as well. So that sort of information is required. That sort of information is to be stored in the computer. We can use graph recurrent networks, right? Okay. Coming to spatial based graph neural network, I will. I'm ready to handle some queries if you have in between. Is there any query? Want to discuss something? Anybody? Or is it clear?
So now the participants can write down your question in the chat box.
If you have any queries, you can write down the questions in the chat box as well. Okay. So in between, you can interfere or you can write questions in the chat box, right? Okay. So coming to spatial based graph neural network or graphs, we need to represent the spatial information of the nodes as well as edges, right? So we created, in the Digital University, we created a labeling mechanism like this one, where we are able to, different objects are placed, embedded in this labeled circular mesh. Okay. So based on its locality of this vertices and edges, we are able to construct different graphs. Okay, so for the fish species classification, we created contour of this fish and identify the key points in the fish contour, and that are represented here using this nodes, and the connectivity between these contours are represented using the edges. And with the help of we also generated some connectivity between these vertices and different types of vertices, and identified the most prioritized vertices, edges that connects between the vertices. Okay, so different color shades are given to different types of vertices based on their priority, and we could able to classify different classes of fishes with better accuracy. So here the spatial information, I want to convey that the spatial information is very relevant for some sort of application like fish species classification. Or another thing, another application is when we wanted to map the brain signals, as I mentioned in my previous slide, where we wanted to map the brain activity. So this is example for EEG embedded brain nodes. Okay, so here different EEG electrodes are placed, and here also whichever electrodes are activated can be marked, and with the help of spatial based graph neural network we are able to construct some graphs and do the studies. Okay, so this is another example for where brain connectivity maps are created for MRI images. So the brain activity nodes are created, and edges are connected through this brain, and what classification can also be used for classification or detection activities. So next, coming to the spectral based graph neural network. In spectral based graph neural network, the spectral Fourier analysis can be used to define convolutions on graphs. These networks typically operates in spectral domain, allowing them to capture global properties of the graphs. Okay, so now I have a case study. I would like to show you a case study where we created a knowledge graph. Okay, so in Digital University, we have established a Center for Digital Transformation in Culture. The objective of this center is to enhance the livelihood of artists and promoting various art forms, not only in Kerala, but beyond, leveraging the intelligent digital systems. Okay, so main activities of the center is research as well as development. I can show you a graph that we created. This is the website of our Center for Digital Transformation in Culture. Okay, so the objectives and activities of centers are mentioned here. Here, on clicking the projects, you can see one interface that we created. So we created this interface motivated by UNESCO website. Okay, so you can see this is a graph, right? So in this particular graph, I would like to explain what are the things that we could able to put in these graphs. So we learned so many terminologies that could help us to building all these types of graphs. Okay, so network science or data visualization or human computer interaction, all these key terms can be used to explain this sort of graphs. Okay, so human computer interaction means we can click on the graph nodes, and we can expand it and can see whatever things are in the graph. Okay, so we can see some videos, photographs, etc. are placed in this graphs. Okay, so this is example. You can see different types of nodes in this graph. So we called it as a heterogeneous graphs with different types of nodes, different types of vertices. Okay, the nodes are commonly element node and tag node. Okay, so element node means that some red color represents the element node, which represents a particular art form. So if you wanted to mention cutlery pipe, it's an art form, and the concepts that build this art form is represented as the vertices. Other vertices of this graphs. Okay, so this is Vattagali, and you can see the concepts: dance, makeup, mountain, costume. All these concepts builds this particular art form, Vattagali. I am expanding this node to see the more details of this art form, its picture and its video. Okay, so that is the details of Vattagali is given here. And okay, so different types of nodes are used here, element node and the concepts that builds this particular art form also represented here. Okay, so another regarding the edge, you can see different colors of edge in this representation. Here, this since this is heterogeneous, you can see red color edges and violet color edges, which means that how much how much relevant this particular these two priority of these connected nodes. Okay, so bipartite graph also try to implement it here. So element node and tag node are different disjoint sets of nodes, and so we call it as a bipartite graph. So this you can see the nodes are of different size. So if there is so many connectivity between it's a degree of node is very high, the size of the node may be large. So connectivity is very small, degree is small, which means that the node size may be very less. Okay, so concepts concepts that builds art forms are represented using different colors of nodes, like blue color, purple color nodes, right? So this means agro ecosystem. You can see the priority of this node. So many art forms that are related to agro ecosystem, that promotes agro ecosystem. You can see the dance, the key element dance. Dance means that so many art forms are related to dance. In so many art forms, the concept dance are built. Okay, so music. So this is the secondary concept. That's why you can the edge color is given in very light color. Okay, so some art forms, some dance art forms, or some sort of art forms, music can be used as a secondary concept. That's why it's given in a light color. Okay, so purple colored edges means that connectivity means node and its connectivity means that is the primary concept, and blue color nodes and its edges means that it's a secondary color. Okay, so such sort of connectivity is tried to build in this knowledge graph. So again, you are able to filter things using this node, the graph representation. Suppose you want to see the art forms that are related to story. You can click on it and filter out what are the art forms that are relevant. Okay, you want to see the art forms that are related to drama only. Click on the drama. You could filter out the other things, right? So zooming, you can zoom the graphs, right? Okay, again, you can also pan the graphs. So highlighting is also there, right? So all these semantic concepts is built to create this knowledge graphs. So instead of keeping things in a table-like structure, you could you could recognize things more clearly and effectively using this sort of knowledge graph representation. So again, if you have any doubts and questions regarding this, I will come back in the question answer session. Okay, so you can see this biomes. Biomes, we try to build the art forms and its related nodes here, and the art forms that are related to agro ecosystems. We linked to this particular node. Okay, so the whichever art forms that are linked to promote agro ecosystem, that is mentioned here. So you can see, clicking on this plus symbol, you can expand and see the details of art forms and its photographs as well as video. Okay. So again, in grassland related art forms, whichever art forms are played in grassland related area, forest related art forms, right? So all these details can be communicated with the help of this sort of graph neural networks. So this Center for Digital Transformation is culture is to promote the art forms or to improve the livelihood of artists. So this is the main intention. And in this particular graph, knowledge graph, which is represented using the data visualization of intangible cultural heritage, could help to mention what the connectivity between the art forms, its concept, and everything. So in our center, we are trying to integrate trying to incorporate all the art forms in Kerala to this particular single web page. Okay, so I hope in later future you can see, if you wanted to see or know more about the art forms, this knowledge graph could help you for that. Okay, so coming back to another application. So I have mentioned that in natural intelligence in living being, we capture details from different environment using different sense organs, right? Okay, so all these details may be kept in your brain, our brain for processing. So in next example, I would like to mention how this brain details, maybe all these details may be kept in our brain, how how this could be related to graph construction, and how this graph may be used to for further processing, and what are the details or information it can be given, right? Okay, so as I mentioned, whenever we want to communicate, we are communicating or doing some activities or different activities, some dedicated portion of brain will be doing all these activities. So for our visual activities, the visual area, this particular occipital lobe may be used to do some visual activity. So motor functions, you want to do some motor functions, you want to move your muscles. This particular area may be colored, numbered as 3, or motor functions. This particular area may be work. Okay, so all activities. So suppose you are doing some mental functioning, higher mental functioning. Okay, your frontal lobe may be get activated. If you want to do some sensory activities, this particular area may get activated. Okay, so for all, if you want to speak out, some other area may be get activated. So looking into different areas, activated areas, we can identify what type of activity the particular person is doing. Okay, so suppose you are doing some calculations, adding 2 numbers or multiplying 2 numbers, you are able to recognize some areas may get involved, some areas only get involved in this activity, right? So from there, you can construct graphs. Okay, so the simulated areas, you can construct nodes, marked as nodes, and the connectivity between these nodes can build to represent edges as well. Okay, so that sort of connectivity network help you to map the brain activity, and similarly you can also develop intelligent machines. Okay, so mainly brain connections can be used to represent the structural connections or functional connections of brain. Okay, so in the structural connections, the physical connections of brain, that it will also tell us to what the particular person is affected by some disease or not. That can also be mentioned, the structural connection network. The functional connection network tells you how different parts are wired or functional activity. So suppose you are singing, what all action brain regions are get activated and how it's connected. It will tell in the functional connectivity map. Okay, so brain MRA could be used for magnetic resonance imaging, can be used to capture the brain images. And for this is example for functional MRA, where structural MRA is used to identify the structural activities of brain, and while in the case of functional MRA, it could be used to functional activity. So the blood flow of images can be identified using this functional activity. Okay, so based on the type of neuron or the collection of regions, we can divided the brain connectivity into micro connection, meso connection, or macro connections. Okay, so all these connectivity in brain means that neurons, how the neurons are communicated with each other. Okay, how the regions are communicated with each other with the help of neurons. So neuron is the mediator or edges that connects between these vertices. Okay, so micro connection means a single neuron and their synaptic connections. Meso connection means the connectivity map of large portions of or even coupled neuron system. Okay, macro connection means an anatomically segregated brain regions and their projections are represented in the macro connections. So all these help researchers or doctors to study brain connectivity, understand how different regions interact, and detect abnormalities in conditions like stroke, Alzheimer's, or any other type of brain injuries. Okay, so you can see a wonderful picture here. It's not a flower, actually it's a image of connectome. Okay, so connectomes as being a wire diagram of human brain, it's constructed by tracing the neurons and the nerves. Okay, so red color means that left to right connections are there. Green color means that the front, back connections are there. Blue means the top down connections are there. So the connectivity between different regions of brain indicated in this MRA initiated human brain visualization image. Okay, diffusion tensor imaging is used to capture this brain connectivity. So with the help of these sort of images or MRI images, we can construct the brain connectivity graph. Accordingly, you can also construct the matrices that tells you the connectivity between the different brain regions. So again, this could be used to study the connectivity between the brains and map connectivity. And these are some examples or websites that could tell you where this sort of data sets are available. Okay, so Human Connectome Project or 1000 Connectome projects, there you can see different MRI images for this sort of studies, right? So again, I have to tell you more. I wanted to tell you more related to this sort of applications, but now I am stopping here for question answer session. So I'm open to answer your questions.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable session. The participants can ask questions right now. Either you can unmute yourself or type down your questions in the chat box. So is there any questions? So the feedback form is available in the chat box. Kindly fill the feedback form. So right now, we don't got any questions. Okay, so we will be concluding this session. On behalf of Nirmala College, Muatuvira, the Department of Computer Science, and all the participants present here, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Malu ma'am. Her insightful and enlightening session on graphs and neural networks was truly insightful. Ma'am, you made a complex topic accessible and easy to understand, and her expertise shone through every moment. So we got a much clearer understanding of this topic. Thank you once again, ma'am, for sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you Nirmala College, the faculty members, and especially my teacher, Professor Sharon sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So participants kindly fill the feedback form.
Dear participants, hope you have completed all the feedback forms till day 5. Today, first session, when Dr. Malu, the feedback form is being provided in the chat box. Kindly make sure that all the feedback forms of all the sessions are complete before we wind up this FTP. If you have any queries, you can kindly contact us either through the WhatsApp or through the chat box.
Okay, ma'am.
Dear participants, also we had shared the reflection journal document yesterday in the chat box. It's there in the WhatsApp group also. So kindly make sure to fill up the reflection journal, convert it to a PDF form with a maximum size of 2 MB and upload it in the Google form that is given related to that. We have to complete the reflection journal before commencing the exams, online exams at 6:30. So kindly make sure that the journal is complete and all the feedback forms are complete. Similarly, after today's sessions, we have to fill up a feedback form in the ACT portal also. The participants kindly note these things. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, then moving on to the next section. The next section is on empowering digital defenses in cyber world by Mr. Sajid Shashidharan. About Sajid Shashidharan. Sajid Shashidharan is a certified information security manager with over a decade of experience at the intersection of technology and leadership. He currently serves as lead for IT infrastructure and security operations at Wipro Technologies, where he directs SOC strategy, cyber intelligence, and comprehensive threat management across multiple regions. His expertise spans incident response, vulnerability assessment, risk management, compliance, and enterprise-grade security frameworks. With an MTech in software engineering, specialization in ethical hacking, and vulnerability management, along with ITIL certification, Mr. Sajid combines strong technical skills with strategic vision to safeguard critical digital assets against evolving cyber threats. Sir, we look forward to gain valuable insights from your extensive knowledge and experience. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I guess I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Yeah. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon. So, first of all, I would like to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the entire department of Nirmala College and the faculty team for giving me this valuable opportunity to be part of this FDP program. So I truly appreciate the initiative taken by the institution and the beloved faculty members to organize such a engaging and impactful session. So I got a chance to attend most of the sessions. So it was very useful and I feel honored to contribute to this particular session also. So once again, a big thanks to the entire team. Then just let me share my screen. Visible or not?
Visible, sir.
It's visible, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Thank you. So yeah, so I guess you all got the introduction about myself. So I am Sajid Shashidharan, working as the senior security consultant with Wipro Technologies, over a decade of experience. So my specialization is into the cybersecurity, mainly on the profile of hacking. So I guess most of you know what happens in the hacking area as well as what we are actually doing in the hacking perspective also. Then I'm a certified information security manager working most of the MNCs in the recent years also. So right now I am working with Wipro Technologies as the senior consultant. Okay. Then let's move on to the topic. So I'll be taking today a session about the empowering digital defenses in cyber world. So before starting this session, I would like to hear from you guys something like, are you familiar with the cybersecurity technologies, or this is a new the things? So I just want to hear it from the audience. Anyone, anybody? So we will make this as more interactive instead of directly going publicly with this particular PPT or anything. So I'll try to make this as more interactive. Yes, someone was saying. Anyone? Any recent experience with cybersecurity or an artifact that you've gone through? It's fine. Even if you don't have any idea about cybersecurity, I will help you to make understanding about that. But before starting the session, I just want to hear from you guys. I would like to get few responses. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. So this is an open forum where you can share your thoughts. It's not like a one-to-one session. So yeah, let's begin with that. So what is cybersecurity? Can anyone let me know why we need about the cybersecurity classes, courses, why we are starting with cybersecurity? Any idea or any thoughts on this? Let it be right or wrong, no issues. Just an open question to the round. Anyone? Okay, no issues. Let me start with my presentation. So in the recent era, we came with a lot of things that is
Sir,
happening in the, yeah.
sir,
Yeah,
we
please
have
go
some
ahead.
response from the chat box.
Okay, well, let me check that as well. Yeah, Thomas has shared most of our data are in the digital and in cloud platform. So, okay, everything is connected with cyberspace. Horizon has conveyed a message. Okay, perfect. Any other thoughts from anyone? Okay, no issues. I hope you can see my PPT, right? What is cybersecurity? That one. It is visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So here we begins. So right now we are spending a lot of money to safeguard our systems, whether it is home security or personal security or the digital security, like everything, right? For example, in our houses, we are securing with digital locks as well as the home security cameras we are installing. It's part of our daily security system, right? Like that, we need to safeguard our computers as well. Computers includes network, data from lot of sources. So we don't want to make any damages to those kind of data sources. So for that, we mainly use cyber security as a practice in all the organization as well as all the units where we introduce new computers or new networks, everything. Okay, so just think a particular log system and an alarm system, how it works in the digital world. So if an unauthorized entry is happening into your network, we will get an alarm, right? So another example I can provide is something like your bank account credentials has been stolen. So what you will be doing? You will be directly going to the bank and you will freeze your accounts. So this is the normal procedures that we are seeing in the recent life, right? But with the help of cybersecurity, it ensures the confidentiality, integrity, as well as the availability of the information which we are belongs to. So this is why we trust the digital ecosystem. Whenever it is having an impact, the cybersecurity comes in picture. Okay. So I hope that is clear for you, which means I can show an example also. Okay, so here you could see personal protection, national infrastructure, as well as the business security. So this personal protection means, as I said, the financial data which we have, then what all communication needs to be secured, then your identity needs to be secured, right? For example, right now we are having this Aadhaar card. Previously, the numbers are visible, right? Right now, the government has decided to mask that. So there is an option to masquerade that particular number. So which is known only to the person who is the card holder. Other than other persons, they were not able to get the entire digit which is present in the other number. So that is one way of protection. So then comes into the national infrastructure. We can consider it as a banking system. So what happens? Why we need a separate bank account for each individual, and they will be sharing some password also. So if it is common to all, so the entire data is unsecure, right? Then coming to the third one, business security. Considering the large MNCs, how they are securing their data, how they are protecting their organization from the outside threats. So a simple solution for this is the cybersecurity tools where we are currently using to protect the infrastructure as well as the data. Okay, then switching to the next one. Recently, we came across a lot of cyber crimes which is happening across us. What are the common motivations to that? Suppose an attacker is attacking a particular environment. What is their main motivations? Obviously, the first one is gaining some financial facts. That is, they will be asking for a lot of money if they have that particular data belongs to them. Then the second one is espionage. So that is they are targeting some specified information to leak out. It's something like the army data, or it's something like the intelligence data, or which is classified as more critical within the country. So those kind of things, if they get, they will start bargaining. That is the second one. And the third one is the disruption and revenge. So this is the main thing. That will cause the damages. So as part of the revenges, right now we are seeing in the newspapers, social medias, lot of revenges has been happening inside the cybersecurity also. So that is not a good practice as well. So the government is acting it as very seriously to protect these kind of things to the real life environment. So that is the other one. Coming to the last one, that is the hacktivism. So as I mentioned, so we are ensuring all the organization to protect their data by using a lot of tools. Even if we use tool, the attackers use some technologies to evade that. Okay. So how we can protect in that cases? So we will be discussing that all in detail. I hope you got a basic idea about what is cybersecurity, then what is the intention of doing these kind of crimes behind that. Okay. Then moving to the next slide. The common cyber threats. So right now, the most victimed we were able to see is from the fourth point, that is through the social engineering side. Whether it is through the scams or by calling through the phones or by engaging, telling like we are the authorized person, we should details from you to get few other details. So that is the social engineering attacks. Then comes in the second graph, that is the phishing attacks. Okay, the first one, which is marked in the PPT. So most of the organization were the whereabouts of these phishing attacks, because explicitly they mentioned a particular link. If you click on that particular link, it is not directly going to the desired one. They have manipulated that particular link. Once you clicked on that link, they will ask you to provide some information which is related to each individual data. So they will be stealing those kind of informations. Then the second one is the ransomware. It is something like through the external environment, the attackers will put some data into the current environment. For example, if I'm showing you the PPTs, in the backend, there is an option to evade the system by using some codes. We can use multiple codes, scripts to evade the system. For example, if I write a code in Python language, and I can put that particular Python code into my system using different technologies or techniques. Okay. So like that, a particular malware can hit into my system. That is the second option called ransomware. Then the third one is the business email compromise. So this is basically the hijack emails which we are receiving from the third parties. So from that, the main intention is to steal the sensitive data and to impersonate the VIP executives. Okay. So we will discuss in detail about these things, just giving an overview of what kind of majority attacks is happening. So if you can see this particular slide, you could see lot of red alarms, which is highlighting in lines. Any idea, or have you heard about these kind of things in your daily life or anywhere? Can you guys just let me know? If you have put it in the chat also, that is fine. I will check the chat as well. So any common things that you find out over here: malware, ransomware, man in the middle attack, zero-day phishing, SQL injection, DDoS, social engineering. XSS means cross-site scripting. I will tell you in detail. Then crypto jacking, DNS tunneling. Have you heard about any of these things? Or have you come across with any of this? It will be easy for us to share the experience. So that is the reason I am just asking.
Sir, aware of
Yes.
some of this, like ransomware, where our files will be encrypted and we have to pay to get it decrypted.
Yes, correct.
And also
So,
phishing,
yeah.
it will appear like a correct website and it will steal our information. But it's
Yes.
actually a fake website.
Right. Correct. Correct. So most of you experience these social engineering attacks. Yeah, Gina has mentioned DDoS phishing. Okay, Thomas has replied, heard most of the things except XXX attack, DNS tunneling, and crypto jacking. Yeah, fine. Thanks for responding. So most of you familiar with these social engineering attacks. I will tell with an example. So just imagine you are searching in Google for your favorite food. Okay. And have you experienced, if you find out a particular solution, so for example, in Google, you open Google and just type over there, sorry, chicken curry. Okay. So once you enter that chicken curry and you search about that particular chicken curry, you will be getting a lot of list experience with a lot of colleagues. Okay. Immediately after some time, if you open your Facebook, what happens? You will get suggestions related to the food related blogs. Have you experienced that? Or another example, it's like if you find out a place and you need to know about that place in detail, then you go to Google, search that place in Google, and you get the result, and you go through that particular data which is currently available in Google information. After some time, if you open your Facebook or the social media sites, you will get the content related to the search which you currently provided in the Google account. Have you experienced that? Any idea what is happening in behind that? You can just imagine how fast the social media is. I'm just expecting some answers. Whether it is right or wrong, that doesn't matter. Did anyone notice that? You will get suggestions as well. How that is actually happening? So in the real life world, we are using multiple phone numbers, multiple email IDs. So with a particular Gmail account you logged in, and from that you are trying to open or you are trying to search the any contents in Google. Okay, it will be stored in the repository. So once that is stored, there is a mechanism where that particular data will be valid there for a quite some time. So what happens if you use that same Gmail account or the phone number to the other social media site? There is a possibility of fetching those particular data which is stored in the backend, and it will be automatically populating over there. So the content or the things which you are pasting in the social media, that is not at all secure anyways. Okay, so I will tell you one recent example which happened in Karnataka in the last year. So it is actually a theft which happened to a particular person, a 42-year-old adult. With the family, they went for outing. Okay, so through the social media sites, they have published their outing photos and they just mark the location. They are in this particular place and they will be there for 2 or 3 days. So what he mentioned is like, I'm enjoying the family trip. So I'm here in a particular place called ABC. So I'm staying at this particular hotel called XYZ. Once he returned, actually, you can imagine what happened. Almost he has lost 12 lakh 70 rupees. Along with that, 120 gram of gold has been stolen from that particular home. When the police has started the investigation, actually they find out the thief behind that. When the police has started the investigation, the conclusion that they made after the FIR and everything, when the culprit has been produced in front of the court, everything has been submitted. In that particular report, what they mentioned, it's like, it was very interesting at that particular point of time. This particular culprit was more involved in the social media sites. Okay, so he has created a particular crypto code, something like which is written in Python. It was not revealed at that particular point of time. With that, they were able to find out the entire history of that particular person. So just imagine, we are just putting a lot of information through social media sites. I am at home. This is my home. We are putting a lot of information in social media sites, right? So once they started and find out this particular presentation from the entire report, it is not just a one particular person. It is like a mafia. So they are targeting these kind of things. So what the police did is they made an awareness in the public forum, and the police department were able to find out 3 more culprits. They did the same theft in the recent styles. So just imagine, this is how the current world is going on. So we should be very careful about what we are doing. Okay, so that comes under this type of attacks. So this ransomware, man in the middle, 0-day DNS tunneling, x-axis is the another attack. I will just explain that as well. Then cryptojacking, that is based upon, as I mentioned, this social engineering is the social engineering can be occur in different ways. So that also will be covering. Then DDoS and DOS attacks, denial of service and detailed denial of service. Then SQL injection, we'll be discussing that, phishing, malware, and ransom. So out of these main things, there is one thing which mainly cause the entire data to be distracted, and that will cause a lot of losses for a particular person or a particular organization. Can anyone just let us know which one is the most important thing which we need to be very cautious about these displays? Any idea? We can make it more interactive, or you can feel, or you're feeling it's like the entire thing is malicious, or that makes it danger. That is also fine. I'm just asking a question. You can just share your thoughts, whether all this comes under a malicious activity or individual things can cause a lot of manipulations. Any guess? Or you can just tell which is the most common cyber attacks inside this. You can comment in the chat also. The most common cyber attack. I'm expecting some response. Okay.
Sir, we got some responses in the chat box.
Masturbated malware. Okay. So I will tell you, nowadays we are experiencing a higher volume of social engineering, ransomware, malware, and phishing. So these are the main targeting attacks which we are observing nowadays. So with respect to Thomas, what he mentioned, malware, phishing, SQL injection, this is right only, but considering the amount of attacks which is happening, so these are the specific ones. Yeah, common is phishing, right, Swapna? And this SQL injection. So what happens with this SQL injection is, an experienced guy can do this SQL injection because that needs some expertise in the coding. Okay. Then I hope this is clear. Then I'm moving to the next slide. So nowadays, every school, colleges, every open forums are promoting this cybersecurity awareness. Why we need that? Here you can see why we actually need that. As per the Verizon report, so this DBIR, so this is the data breach investigation report which is conducted every year. So this year it is set to come. Okay. So as per the last year, 95% of breaches that has came across from the human side. That is the mistake which is happening from a particular human being. Okay. Almost $9.5 trillion has been lost as part of the cyber crime. Then nowadays AI is dominating, you all know. So with the increase of AI, we could see 8 times the threat has been increased. So the first level of defense should be within the human beings. So that is the reason why the government and the other organization is promoting the cybersecurity awareness. Okay. So this graph shows, I'm not sure whether it is visible for you, but this is the historical graph which I have put. So the financial impact you can see over here, how much it is. Then also how much is the attack vectors compared to the last year, how that has the increased amount in this particular data breaches. Then here you can see the data breach amount. What is the percentage of data breach which has happened? So this I put as a reference only. Then yeah. Happened on this recent cyber attacks which happened. So this move it. So that is a vulnerability. I guess you all know what is vulnerability, right? I will tell you what actually a vulnerability or the vulnerable system is. For example, just imagine your home security is controlled within yourself. Okay. And your main entrance door is set up in a way like you and your belongings can only enter to that premises by entering a passcode. Okay. Just imagine your friends came along with you and you are trying to open that door by putting this passcode. Fortunately or unfortunately, someone will listen to that, right? That is the human nature. So what happens? Your password has been disclose to someone else, intentionally or unintentionally. You got my point, right? For example, your door is locked with a passcode called 1234. By chance, one of your colleagues noticed that you are entering that particular code to open that door. So that passcode is stolen right away. So unless and until that is not masquerading, it will be visible to everybody. If you are doing to overcome that, what are the possibilities to do a overprotection along with your passcode? Right now we have that application. There is an option to do the fingerprint option, right? That is called the multi-factor authentication. So this multi-factor authentication is something like, I will relate with live examples. You all have the bank accounts. You are instructed to provide your usernames. You are instructed to provide the password. Once you enter the password, you will get a one-time password in your mobile, right? So just imagine if you lost the password or someone stolen your password, the next option is to enter them with a passcode. That is the OTP code, right? So that belongs to you only. So at that particular point of time, the system fails over there. So that is the reason why we are suggesting to enable this multi-factor authentication. So nowadays, that is the is doing every organization and units are doing. So I am just recommending all the colleagues to just read what is multi-factor authentication. You can just enable that from your side also in your phone as well. Okay. Then coming back to our slide. Here you can see this vulnerability. So with the recent example which I just said with respect to the door operating system, the mechanism. So by entering that particular password and whether it is visible to the someone else, at that particular point of time, your door is vulnerable to the outside sources. Like that, our system is. For example, if you open a particular port, just imagine port 22 to move some data from external environment to the current system, and you forgot to disable that port. What happened? That port is vulnerable to the outside environment. So this is what we are calling vulnerability. Okay. So then here you could see a particular term called zero-day vulnerability. Anyone knows what is zero-day? The name itself showing zero-day. What does that mean? Any idea? Zero-day means we are seeing that particular attack for the first time. So we don't have any clue about that particular attack, how that will work, how that will be affecting the system. That is the basic agenda of this zero-day attacks. Okay. So if an attack which has previously occurred, we will have some countermeasures to block that. But just imagine if it is coming as a newly triggered one, we don't know what to do, right? So that is which is exampling over here, this 2024 move it transfer hack. Okay. So what happened at this particular point of time when this move it actually happened on this environment or the organization? It has been actually affected 100 plus organizations in the worldwide. Okay. So in short, if you are using Android or iPhone, it will be recommended for the updates for the versions. If you are currently in 10.1, it is asking to update you to the 10.2 versions. What does actually mean by that? Because in 10.1 version, while manufacturing that, they will be finding a lot of issues. So they will be fixing those issues and they will be updating into the next version only. They can't fix that particular issues in the current fix. So for that, they will be updating it to the next patch, I could say. So that is the reason every time they are fixing some issues and they are populating new patches. That is happening with the computers as well for the OS. So that is the reason why every organization is recommended to be updated with the current versions. Okay. So this is one of the recent attack which happened in the worldwide. Then the social engineering, as we discussed. Then the AI enhanced phishing surge. So someone is telling on behalf of a particular person, he is the authorized person to do the things. From that, just imagine he is a reputed person in a particular organization and he is announcing their employees to do some engagement activities by sending some emails. Actually, that is a threat to that particular organization. So that is an AI embedded phishing mails. So this is the second one. Then moving to the anatomy of the social engineering attack. Are you familiar with the word anatomy? Any idea or any inputs from your side? What does this particular heading means? Anatomy of a social engineering attack. You don't need to worry about the answers, whether it is right or wrong. You can just throw it out.
Inner structure of attack.
Good. Any other thoughts?
Sir, going more deep into the type of attack.
Yes, exactly. So nowadays, 99% of the attack is happening by eroding the trust. Okay. So here you can see research target, build trust, then execute the attack. So you will get some scams through the phone calls. They will be saying it's like you are the friend of this particular person and I need some amount of money. He is hospitalized. So on urgent basis, I need some money. So they will be putting some bank account details or the Google Pay. They will ask you to share that. So this is the common recent cyber attacks we are nowadays seeing, right? So that is specifically based upon the trust and the urgency. So how that is happening? So first they will gather the informations. Okay. So whom should I reach? So you, in your recent Facebook activities, you might not or might not be seen that some post related to my account has been hacked. So please don't post anything related to my post, right? So there the trust has been exploited. So that basically happens on this particular first stage. Gather the personal information from the social media and the public resources. So nowadays Instagrams are viral, right? You could see a lot of posts in Instagram and other social medias. So from there, we will get a lot of information about a particular person. I will show you in live examples as well. Then from there, they will maintain a trust with that particular guy by using, this is the company that you are working. I am also working in that company. So we met like that. They will be making a trust over there. From there, from the backend also, they will start executing their scripts or they will start executing or mimicking their patterns. This is how the social engineering attack starts. Okay. So this one is more interesting. Deep face scams. I will show you that as well. So these are the recent things which we were experiencing badly in the current organization as well as the recent organizations which have worked. One is the AI driven attacks. Second one is the deep fake. Then comes the net zero trust architecture. Then the final one is the adaptive trainings. We'll come in details. So up to this, I just provided an overview about how the cyber attacks works and how the anatomy and how we should be familiar with the recent attacks which is happening. Okay. So from here onwards, we are going into another strategic level and I'll be familiarizing with you some interesting fact also. Okay. So how we can empower our team to make awareness about the cybersecurity courses and not to be scammed. How we can vigilant in the scams or the attacks. How we can protect ourselves, including the organization or the units. Okay. Coming to that, while dealing with cybersecurity, we have three important points which needs to be focused. One is the confidentiality, other one is the availability, and the last one is the integrity. You all know what is confidentiality. What kind of information should be kept as confidential and what kind of information should be kept as public. So it is the responsibility of each individual. So this is the first step. Next one is the availability. Who all should be able to see my data or who can access my data? It should be with us only. For others, how we can restrict the access. So that is the availability. Then comes the integrity. How I can protect those information. Or if I don't need any kind of information, how I can destroy the data. Okay. So these are the main stepping stones of cybersecurity pyramids. Once you start or once you begin with the cybersecurity, you should be familiar with these three terms. Okay. So this is the basic overview. The threat categories which we already discussed. DOS, denial of service, social engineering, you all know, malware. It is something which will be badly affecting into the system by injecting any kind of virus, trojans that can lead that particular system to be unstable. Okay. Then the injection attacks. Injection, as I mentioned in the earlier slide, it should be a form of vulnerability. Okay. Then denial of service. It is mainly focusing upon a particular site which has been set up by the attacker. From there, you will get continuous queries. And mimic that, you are the legitimate users. You can use that. So that is the denial of service. Then comes the man in the middle attacks. So this is something like steal the sensitive information or the data from your thing. For example, in between you could see, suppose you have an account in bank and there will be a third party provider which will be supporting from the bank side. That will be act as the middleman for us. So as a customer, we are responsible to deal with the bank directly, not with any kind of third parties. Most of you recently or in your life experienced, they will be calling to get the insurance from the third parties, or they have some credit cards with a particular amount which will be applicable only for you. This kind of scam calls you will get, or you already got that. So these are the third parties which will get the data from the banks, or they will be able to collect the data about you from the banks, and they will be act as a middleman between the bank and the customer. So that is why we mainly call this as man in the middle attack. Then, this we already discussed, why the human intervention is needed to avoid the cybersecurity crimes or the crisis. Who are the universal targets? We are the universal targets. We in the sense, it can be an organization, it can be a unit, it can be an individual person. What are the outcome once we face a cyber attack? So we will lose the data, we will lose money, we will lose the credibility, we will lose the privacy also. Okay. Then coming to the first stage, what is a malware? So you come across in your recent life about this malware attacks, virus, lot of things. Can any of you know how we can avoid this virus or how we can detect the virus in a particular Windows system? Have you heard about a particular term which is installed in the machines? Have you heard about antivirus? You can raise your hands if you are familiar with antivirus. I will tell you how antivirus is displayed or projected into a particular system. It is based upon the sandboxing. This term sandboxing means, for example, how we are studying to cook a particular dish. It is based upon the experiences, right? For the first time, if you prepare it, it is not that much good, that much tasty. Whether that might be the exactly dish that you want to prepare, it may go on, right? So once you continue start preparing that particular course day by day, you will improve, and finally you will get the perfect dish that you wish to make, right? So just imagine that particular dish with the attacks. We are familiarized with a lot of attacks. Upon keeping updated with the attacks by implementing some strategic protection levels into that attacks, no, we will keep that as a boundary levels. So any recent attacks which happening based upon that, no, there is a mechanism to block that. That is the way how the antivirus is working in a particular system. Okay. Then this malware is a malicious software which is designed to damage or to gain an unauthorized access to a particular system. Then how malware is affecting? That can affect into a particular system in different ways, either through phishing emails, by injecting anything, or you are downloading it from the untrusted sources also, this malware can be affected. So we'll deal all these things. So these are the types of malware: virus, spyware, trojans, ransomware. So we'll be dealing that as well. Then this is already explained in detail. Yeah. So because of this malware and phishing attacks which happened in the worldwide, 94% of the attacks happened through the email delivery. Whether it can be phishing or it can be a mimic one. Because of this, $12 billion has been lost. The financial loss has been globally declared in 2024. 83% of the breach origins because of this particular phishing mails. So just imagine this $12 billion, how much amount is that? So what are the best practices to protect ourselves or the organization or that particular unit from these scams? One is the awareness sessions. As I mentioned, this multi-factor authentication. This is a very powerful mechanism where we can implement this multi-factor authentication. Then the next one is the updates, the patch updates or the software updates. Then awareness, as I mentioned, will make the caution awareness among the people. Then report promptly. How we can report it? Nowadays, the police, the organization has directly interacting with the police department. From there, they have developed a lot of strategic methods to stop the anti-scams. So you can directly report those kind of scams if you seen across, or you can mainly publish the reports of that particular attacks which you recently affected. So we have a separate team to investigate that as well. Okay. Then this is a simple quiz for you. So you can just go through this particular scenario and you can type the right answer in the chat window. You can just raise your hand and you can update it the call itself. Just go through this particular quiz. Which of the situation is most likely indicating a malware infection? One is the ransom demand. Second one is suspicious email. Third one is the performance has been slowed down. Fourth one, it includes all. Just share your thoughts. You can type the answer in the chat also. Expecting few responses. That will make the session more interactive.
Sir, is that option 3? Slow performance.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Any other options?
Sir, we have some responses in the chat box. That's also mentioning option 3.
Okay, I could see Thomas Matthew has mentioned option 3. Any other responses from anyone? No need to worry about the answer. You can just share your thoughts. That's all. So this particular session makes you to aware about how we need to tackle the situation. That's all. I got two responses. One is from Thomas and the other one is from Jaswin. So both think the option 3. Yeah, Swapna has shared, I think all. Okay. Shubha has shared option 2. Raisin has shared option 3. Fine. Okay. Yeah, Jimmy 4, Jincy 4. Yeah, thanks for the responses. Yeah, option 4 is the answer, because if a particular malware infection has been infected on a machine, we, based upon the severity of that infection, we lost the control of the system. So based upon how they write the script, whether that script specifically to obtain the data from that computer, or how it is like a suspicious email through a suspicious email delivery, or it is to slow down your machine. So all these scenarios comes under a malware infection thing. Okay. So the question explicitly mentioned which of this situation is most likely indicating a malware infection. So once a malware has been infected, it can receive multiple mails. It can store the data from your computer. It can get the access of your computer. It can slow down the performance of the computer. So the answer is the option 4. Okay, I hope this is clear. Then moving to the next topic, what is phishing? You might have come across about this phishing attacks and everything. So this is a social engineering attack which is actually happening. So through phishing, we will be able to do a lot of things. Anyone can let me know how this phishing attack can happen?
Duplicate sites are made to.
Yes, correct. So here it is one of the old technique which is used nowadays in the cyber world. For example, I am holding an organization called XYZ. Okay. So from that, I have created a domain called xyz@abc.com. Okay. And I am putting a particular mail, or I am framing a particular mail, and I am just sending that mail to one of you. I got your email and I'm just sending a mail to one of you by adding a particular link in that mail. So you don't know me. The thing is, once you receive that mail, the mail will have some exciting offers for you. So I will be explicitly mentioning, I am dealing a particular company. Once you join this particular link, you will get lot of coupons, you will get lot of rewards. So we are humans. We will be excited once we receive these kind of mails, right? We will be just clicking that particular mail or the link. What happens in the backend? Once you click on that mail, the site cookies which is already present for that particular mail will be able to get the details from your side. So there will be some codes which will be explicitly hidden in that thing. It will be asking for you to enter your details. So once you entered and once you log in, I will get all the details regarding you. This is how the phishing email works. Here you could see smishing, wishing, and spear phishing. So these are the different types of phishing attacks. So what does spear phishing means? It is explicitly, as I mentioned just before, it is using some personal information. Then smishing, that is specifically through the SMS messages, through the text messages. Then wishing, that is through the voice messages that will directly coming to you. Okay, so this is already explained. Yeah, so once you received any kind of mails, how we can detect or how we can verify that as a phishing mail? I will come to this slide. Just see this particular thing. We all are using Amazon, Flipkart, like the social sites, right? Just imagine this particular thing. Here you can see, dear client, your invoice to Amazon for that amount of $238 has been successfully debited. So once you receive this kind of mail, what you will be doing? This you get it from the Amazon, right? We will be thinking like that. Are you noticed anything unfamiliar over here? Here you can see from where this particular mail comes in. At gmail.com. Jolly Bavik is the sender. He uses the Gmail. Why Amazon needs to be sent it from the Gmail? So the first thing you need to verify is the sender address. This is how we will be able to spot how a phishing mail or how we can tackle a phishing mail comes into you. Then header analysis. So that will be detailed analysis will be coming in the next slides also. Then here you can see the phone number. This is not a right way of representing the phone numbers. So these are the small techniques to identify a phishing attacks. Okay. Then first one is to verify the URLs. Any kind of URLs is present in that particular mail. You can just verify the URLs. Then analyze the language. Check the quality, examine the sender, which we discussed right away. I will show you with a live example. Can any of you just put your email ID over here? If it is okay for you. Your personal or any email ID. I would recommend you to share the personal email ID. If it is okay for you, just share it. Someone at gmail.com or yahoo.com, you can just paste that. So why I am asking you, I will directly show with an example whether your email ID has been exploited or not. Yeah, I got Divya's email ID. Yeah, just give me a second. I will note it down. So just a question to Divya. So this is the email ID you are providing in the public forums, right? Just to confirm that. Okay, fine. Just give me a second. I have some restrictions also. I'm not showing in detail of each and bit information, but I will make you aware about this thing. Yeah. So let it be run over there. I will come to that after some time. Then how to know whether I am in a particular secured site or a non-secured site? You all know what is HTTP and HTTPS. Any idea which is more secure or which is not a secure gateway or secure transaction? Any thoughts on HTTP and HTTPS? Which one we should use, HTTP or HTTPS?
HTTPS, sir.
Yeah.
Secure.
Okay. So here you can see if we are using HTTP, how the communication is happening or how the data is transferring to the particular querying system. So if I am searching India in Google, it will be going a plain text as India to the end user site. While in HTTPS, so I am just providing it in a layman language to understand you. Okay. So if I am typing it Google, the same India through HTTPS communication. So that India, that particular text will be encrypted. So outside a person cannot able to identify the particular word India. It will be in some encrypted format. At the time it will be reaching over the end user side, we have an option called a decrypt that particular data. So for that we need keys, encryption key and decryption key. This is how we said HTTPS is more secure. We'll show that as that also an example. Then question to Divya. Are you a researcher or you frequently do some research related topics in Google? Okay, fine. I can show you. For the time being, I'm just stopping this particular screen. I will reshare the screen. Just give me a second. Just let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
You're,
Just visible.
you're able to, right? So Divya has actually provided me her mail ID. So while I did some analysis, I could see her mail ID has been exploited in this particular forum in 2020. So Divya, can you just confirm? Are you familiar with this particular thing? Okay. So maybe from your side or from the third party side, your mail ID has gone into this public site. And in 2020 October, fortunately or unfortunately, with respect to your research things, maybe from your side, you just clicked any of the URLs or any of the sites which is provided from this particular third party. From there, your email ID has been breached. Okay. So we will try with some more examples.
Sir, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Someone throw me out.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Yeah. So can someone else share the another email ID? I lost all the chats, but it is fine. We need to start from the beginning. Okay, I got another mail ID from Shubha. We'll try that also. Yeah, so here's a good news. Shubha, can you just confirm whether this mail ID has been used in the public forums? Okay, I will share the screen. I guess you are more focused of your personal things. Your mail ID is not breached in anywhere. You can see that. So I guess you are an up-to-date person where you are changing the password periodically or you're just securing the email IDs. Okay. And what we need to do if my email ID or my personal details are secured, what to do, how to know that? Any idea? Yes, Mia. You're trying to say something? Okay. I think that is by mistake. Yeah, what you can do is if you find out your email ID has been breached, what immediately you need to do is you just need to change the password of your email ID. Then you need to check in once you open your Gmail, what happens? There will be a lot of information which is available. Let me tell with an example. There will be some categorization, primary, promotional, social, and updates. What you need to do? You just need to focus on the promotional and the social ones, whether you have put your email ID in any of the promotional sites or the social media sites. If you find out that is already there, you just need to block that particular sender. This is how we can secure. The immediate thing that you need to do is change the password. So the frequent password change will help you more secure. Okay. So we do have some limited time. We need to go fast. So here also you could see one particular link, that is www.foxnews.co. Why it is saying as not secure? Any idea? How we are knowing whether the particular site which I am in is secure or not secure one? Sorry, you are able to see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how to identify that, whether that particular site is secured one or not? We'll show that as well after some time. Okay. Then moving to the phishing attacks. So this phishing attack happened mainly, this is the architectural view of a phishing attack. I'm not going in detail because that will take some time. Here you can see impersonation, creating urgency, the hook, and the exploitation. What does these statements say? What is impersonation? Any idea? So with an example, here we all are grouped into this particular call, right? So I am just, with the permission of Jaswin sir, I am just taking the face of Jaswin sir, and I can mimic that I am speaking on behalf of Jaswin. Okay, so this is possible in real day life. So how Jaswin sir is speaking and how his expressions are going, I can imitating the same. Only thing it's like I need to use some technology. I need to take his screenshot. I need to get one photo of him. So this can easily be taken from social media sites, Facebook or any forums, right? So I can show you that as an example. I will try to make that live, but not sure whether that will work or not in this particular network. I'll try that. Not with Jaswin sir. You don't need to worry. I'll try some. I'll take some other examples.
No problem, sir. You can proceed.
Yeah. Then the next one is creating urgency. So like we did, my friend is hospitalized. I need this much amount of money immediately. So this is how the urgency calls will come, and that will be mimicking someone else's data. Then the hook. It is specifically by providing some links or the downloadable attachments. Once we click over there, we are good to go. Okay. Then the next one is the exploitation. From here, the real attack happens. From that, the data has been stolen from to the attacker's environment. Okay. Then this is a simple exercise for you guys. Just go through this. You just need to identify which is most likely to be a phishing attempt. Yeah, I got the response from Zina. Anybody else? Yeah, I'm getting multiple responses. Yes, you're correct. The correct answer is option A, suspicious bank email. Because if you see the other options, coworker message, email from your coworker with a personal message, correct email address, and the normal work related content. So this can be verified within yourself, right? The next option is the C1, newsletter. So this is which you already subscribed, and it is not asking for any personal information. Okay. Then moving to the next one, email security and phishing prevention. So as I mentioned, how we can prevent this kind of attacks. So nowadays, as mentioned, these are the main realistic scams which is currently going in the cyber world. How to prevent this? One is, as I mentioned, we are the first point of intruder for any kind of attackers. So we need to be aware about what are the things that we are currently dealing with. So that is the red flag warning system, because we should be able to identify, understand whether I need to go for this. Then we need to verify a particular, if it is a domain, we need to verify whether the domain is authenticated one, or if you are providing any kind of information to any kind of third parties, you should check the legitimacy of that particular third party usage. Sorry, answer is already here. I forgot to move that. So you can just go through this. If it is actually a phishing scenario. It says you receive an urgent email appearing to be from your CEO requesting immediate transfer of company funds to be a new vendor for a critical project. So the email has an official company signatures and the logo. What you will be doing? So this is something like we just discussed initially. So this is something like impersonating from a particular person. Here it is the CEO. So the options which we are having here is reply immediately and transfer the funds. Click the link to verify the vendor details. Verify via separate communication through the proper channel. Forward the email to coworkers. So here the correct option is option 3, because we should be validating it twice. Okay. Then how we can recognize a red flags? So like we said, HTTPS is more secure compared to HTTP. How to know? How to know we are using HTTP or HTTPS sites? Okay, so that will be lively explaining. Then how we can protect from ourselves during these scams? This we already explained, this multi-factor authentication. That is explained in the second section, strengthen the authentication. Then think before you click, report the activities, keep all the systems updated. Okay, then I'm just stopping this presentation. I'm just going through another slide. Just give me a second. By the time, if you have any queries, you can just put it in the chat, or you can just unmute yourself and speak. Just give me a second. My system is taking some time because how I made the configuration. Yeah, I'm just sharing the screen for you. Just let me know once it is visible.
Sir, it's visible right now.
Okay, fine. So here what I am doing is, you are in the Google page window, right? So
Yes.
can anyone let me know how to check whether I am through the secured connection or through the non-secured connection? Any idea? Once you visited any sites or any information, if you're searching in Google also, if you click on any links, how we are identifying whether am I in the right connection secured or I am in using an unsecured connection? A wild guess from anyone?
Sir, there will be a padlock icon in the URL site.
Okay. Yeah. Sijo has mentioned it is HTTPS. So here, are you able to see the HTTPS functionality? I can click on this link as well. See, somewhere it is written HTTPS. It starts with google.com. So what you need to do is, here you can see a toggle window, right? If you click on this toggle window, there will be a pop-up which is coming, right? Is it visible for you?
Yes,
No,
sir.
sir, the pop-up.
That pop-up is not coming.
No, sir. Pop-up is not coming.
Pop-up is not coming.
Okay, so this is okay. So if you are in front of that system also, otherwise just give me a time. I will just take a screenshot and I will show you. Or I will present the entire screen also. Let me try that. Not sure how it comes. I just shared the entire screen. It is visible, right?
Yes, sir, it's visible right now.
Okay, how about now? That Google window is visible for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here you can see a toggle window. Is it coming now?
Yes, sir. We can
Okay.
right now see the pop-up window.
Okay, so here you can see the connection is secure. And you are seeing a location, cookies and site data, then site settings. If you click on this connection is secure icon, you will get a certificate page. Once you click on this certificate, it will be popping up another window. Here you can see the certificate validity. You're able to see that, right? It's visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the one way how we can check whether my system is, my connection is secure or not. Okay, so what happens if I lose the control of the certificate? For example, it says my certificate has already expired. There is a chance of exploiting that particular connection. Okay, so here you can see the detailed list, how it has been configured, the serial number and everything, who is the issuer. So it has been defined from the Google Trust Services. So you don't need to worry about these things. Only thing from your side is just toggle this particular window, click on this. Here you can see your connection is secure with a lock pattern. Okay, so for this particular case also, I can manipulate this certificate. How I can manipulate this certificate? So here you can see they are using some encryption methods. Here they have used SHA-2256. This is an encrypting pattern. While creating any kind of certificate or anything, they will be using it to masquerade the data. Here you can see the public key also. So I can generate my own certificate and I can put it over here also. A simple example I can show you. It's not working for me because of the screen share. Let me try to take it. No, it's not allowing me to do anything. Okay, let me try to open. It's a separate thing. So this is clear, right? How to check whether the correct information is visible or you are in the right page with a secure connection or a not secure connection. I hope that is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'll share the PPT. So as I mentioned, I do have some restrictions to share over here because some scripts won't be allowing me to share. but no issues. I will try to explain. Yeah, right now I have shared the PPT. Okay. Then this is what we as a human need to do. Okay. Then if we find out anything as suspicious, what we actually need to do, where to report, how to report, what to report. Okay. Then as we discussed, this multi-factor authentication, this can control up to an extent, this multi-factor enablement. So how it enables, like we discussed initially, a multi-factor authentication is enabled for all of us in the case of banking system. Then any other systems, sorry, any other areas where you are aware about the multi-factor authentication?
Sir, right now, the multi-factor authentication is available in Instagram too.
Yeah, they have developed that as well. And any other forums? And did I get any responses in the chat? Okay, no. Microsoft logins, correct? Yeah, so it is familiar for all. Good. Then going to the next one. So this is a simple example for you. Simple scenario based question for you. Sorry. Just go through this. You can share your inputs through chat as well. Okay, got response from Jaswin. He is saying option B is the right one. Any other inputs from anyone? So what it actually says, an attacker systematically tries common words, phrases, and their variations to guess your password. They use automated tools with dictionaries of millions of common passwords. What does that particular statement means? So for easiness, we will be typing some password like @123 or @1 or by using some mobile numbers. So that is for our easiness, right? So as an attacker, how they are thinking. There is a pattern called dictionary attack. So yes, option B is the correct one. What is the familiarity between this dictionary attack and the dictionary that we are currently using? The dictionary has mazed in a chronological order, right? With the letter A, there will be a lot of information which is available, and the meaning also will be able to get it from that, right? Also, there will be a common pattern which is available for the passwords also. Someone at 123. I'm just giving as an example. Or your name at 123. So these are the common passwords that you are trying to get into the public forums. That is for the easiness. So we will be able to get a common passwords by using some scripts if we put in general. So that is a billion type of data we'll be able to get. So once we develop a particular script, that script intentionally looking for the password for a particular common scenarios. So if I developed a particular script in Python and I am asking that script to fetch the details from the sources where it has been mentioned as at 123. So ending with at 123 in inverted commas. I will just help you. Something like, so this is how it will come. So this is the password which I am putting to log in one particular application. So that ABC at 123. Someone will use XYZ at 123. So what we are generally using is, we will be developing a script ending with at 123 like this. So for that, what we'll be doing in our script, we explicitly mention to get the data which is before this at no with a star. I just put it in the chat. You can just refer that. In double inverted comma followed by a star, then at the rate, then 123, then closed by the inverted comma. So what that star looks for? It is a prefix to the at the rate, right? So that script will continuously run in the public forums to get the details which ends with at 123, and before that prefix also I will be able to fetch the details. Okay, so this is how the dictionary attack works. So the common patterns that you are trying to get into a system or get into your phones or any sites. So this is how this dictionary attacks works, and this is exactly mentioning over here. An attacker systematically tries common words, phrases, and their variations to guess your password. So right now I guessed the passwords ending with at 123 I need to get. So all the passwords which is ending with that 123, I'll be able to fetch the details. So from here, I use the Python script. There are a lot of tools also to get these details. That is why it is called a dictionary attack. Okay, I hope this is clear. Any questions? No? Can I get a thumbs up or okay in the chat or in the presentations also? That's fine. Any questions till now?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Okay, fine. Then moving to the other one. You are familiar with this Wi-Fi and the VPN connections. Sorry, it's a typo spelling mistake. It's Wi-Fi it's showing over here. Wi-Fi and the VPN connectivities. Anybody know how this Wi-Fi and this VPN is working? How Wi-Fi is working? If you open your mobile network, there is an option called hotspot enablement, right? From your mobile network, you will be able to provide the internet to others with your permission by providing a password. So you're familiar with that. VPN also. If I am sitting in another location and I have enabled VPN in my system, so there is an option to take my control of that particular system whenever I am not in front of the system. So if I am traveling also, I'll be able to get that particular system online. Anyone know how that works in the backend? Yes, Anish. You're trying to say something? Okay, I guess it was by mistake. Yeah. Anyone? Any idea how this VPN and Wi-Fi network works? So nowadays, this Wi-Fi connectivity is giving us large amount of data, like how we paid for that. How it is getting connected with the home network or your private network? Are they secure? Okay, we'll come to that also. Then the data protection and bring your own device security. What does this mean? BYOD. Nowadays, you will be familiar with this term BYOD, bring your own device. What does that mean? So this data protection can be happened in many ways. If you are having a sensitive data, you can keep that particular data as confidential one. It's like you can control the access for that particular data from the outside of environment. Then you are the responsible person to look for your data, whether it is personal data or work related data or the publicly available data. That is the BYOD, bring your own device. So everyone have these laptops, MacBooks, mobile phones, etc. So in each of the devices, they are giving a permission level access to each of the folders. Once we enabled it, we are the only ones who will be able to see. So that is how we are protecting the data from the outside environment. That is why simply it is called bring your own device security. Nowadays, in each of the electronic devices, this data access control level is enabled. Who can access that? Who can control that data? Then we are the only ones who should be responsible to share that data. So that is up to us only. Based on the classification, we need to look for the data. Then this backup and update. So this backup and update is the primarily one we should be responsible for. Otherwise, if your system is not up to date for quite some time, it is vulnerable to the outside environment. We may or may not know what happens, but in the backend, your system is visible to the attackers. So that is the reason why every updates should be happened timely basis. Okay. This one also. So this one intentionally I put the answer. Why? You can just have a check. BYOD security challenge. Here it shows you use your personal smartphone for work, emails, calendar, and company applications. Your device contains both personal photos and sensitive business documents. Which is the best practice to protect your work-related data? So you are using your work-related laptop. There you might install your personal data as well. How to protect or how to categorize these two data? So that is why it comes under the option 2. Install security softwares plus encryption methods. How to do the encryptions and how to install security softwares. So right now, there are a lot of open source security softwares which is available along with the encryption methods. I can show that as well as a live example. So here, the first option says same password for all accounts. Not at all acceptable. Third option, share device password with colleagues. That is also not at all acceptable. Disable automatic updates. If you disable this, you are gone. Okay. So that is with respect to the option 3. This is why we are not telling the colleagues to use the public Wi-Fi's. That is the basic entry for an attacker. If a lot of colleagues are using a public Wi-Fi, there might be a chance to steal the data or lose the data. So you must be very careful while using the public Wi-Fi's. Okay. So here the right option is option 2, install security software plus encryption methods. Then the key takeaways. We should use strong authentication. We should verify anything before react. We should be safe in handling all the platforms, irrespective of their visibilities. Okay, so it is the responsibility of each individual to protect our data. So once it has been lost, we need to pay huge amount of ransom. Then stay informed. You should read Twitter news. You should be updated with what is happening in the real life. So you should report if anything happens or suspicious. So these are the ways to update ourselves in the field of cybersecurity and in the real life scenarios. Then, if you face the cyber attack, what to do? How we can monitor? So as MNCs, as I mentioned, I worked in a lot of MNCs. So where there have been used a lot of security tools. So these tools we cannot afford as a single individual. So in that case, how we can secure us? The first way is to evade the system. There will be a backdoor. So what we can do? We need to avoid that backward hindrance. How we can do that? It is based upon only the awareness. Don't click any unauthorized sites. Don't click on the unfamiliar URLs. Don't attend the scam phones. Make secure your wallets. Wallets in the sense you will be having debit card, then credit cards, lot of other informational personal data. How you can secure that? It is your responsibility to enable the multi-factor authentication. It is your responsibility to hold that in a private space. Then these are the personal belongings. Then how you can secure your devices? That I can show you lively. I'm just stopping the presentation here. Then sharing my screen once again. Nowadays, we could see someone will forget to take the phone from while putting it somewhere else. And after that, they will go to the police station and they will put a complaint. I lost the phone. At that particular point of time, you don't know the IME card number. Then you have outside of your phone, there will be a marking which is already for all the phones. You are not able to see that as well, or you are not able to remember that also. In those cases, what you can do? Just give me a second. I'm just sharing the screen once again. How to face these kind of things. Yeah, just let me know my screen is visible or not.
Yes, sir, it's visible right now.
Okay, so for sample awareness session only, I just put these two. This is not my exact phone number, and the other one which you are seeing, Sajid's ones plus buds is a 2. That is not currently I'm using. So this is just for showing you guys. Okay. So if I click on this particular phone number, you will be able to see where I am situated. Just give some time to refresh it. Yeah. So it will be able to locate me easily where I am situated and where is my phone. So if I move this particular phone also, or if I switch off this phone also, I will be able to track this particular phone which I lost, and also I can remotely lock my phone, preventing any unauthorized access or activities. For example, if I lost my phone and someone took that phone, immediately if I know I lost my phone, there is an option to lock my phone. So if you are trying to switch off it, it won't be happening. So there is an option called remote lock. If I enable this, no one will be able to switch off my phone. And also I can secure the data inside my mobile phone as well. If there is an option called secure data, I'm not taking this in detail, there will be a lot of information. Then you can reset your device also. Okay, so this is a live example, and I will show you another one. Here you can see Sajid's OnePlus Buds Z2. This is a headset which I am currently using. Right now what happened, it's like for this testing purpose, I have disabled this. So here you can see in the map, it is not India map, it is a world map, you can see, right? For this also, it is a world map previously, when I take it for the first time. What happens? If I click on this particular Sajid OnePlus Buds, see, no action is getting triggered over here. I lost the connectivity. So this I made by enabling a particular script. How it looks like. See, it is not directing anything over in the current location. Right now, this device is with me and in my hand only, but in the map, you cannot locate this. So by using a sample script, I disable this. It shows can't raise the device. That is the reason why it's not showing in the map also. But for this case, I just enabled that location. Here you could see it is just refreshing. And if I move my mobile also, you can see it in the map, it will be going. So these are the examples of real life scenarios. Then just take back in this PPT session. Just give me a second. Yeah, I have shared the PPT also. Okay. So I hope up to this part it is clear. Then you can just go to the question. Let's discuss how we can protect yourself and your organization today. I guess now you got an idea about how we can secure ourselves and how we can secure the data which is available in front of us. I have a lot of things, but due to the time constraint, I'm just putting all these things over here. Any questions? I have that deepfake which is enabled, but not sure. It will take some time. So we'll be presenting it somewhere else. Any questions from anyone? Jaswin sir, is it okay to attend 1 or 2 questions?
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir, for your valuable and insightful section. And the participants can right now ask or type down your questions in the chat box.
So feel free to ask questions, or if you need any clarifications or anything, you can directly reach out to me. So this is my number and this is my mail ID. You can directly reach out to me for any kind of queries you have. Yeah. You can just text a message or anything. You can reach out to me through LinkedIn also.
Okay.
Okay, I hope the session is more interactive and you got an overall idea about how cybersecurity works and as an individual, what need to do.
Yes, sir. And also, we would like to move on to the session.
Yes.
Next part of the session, that is vote of thanks. So, on behalf of Nirmala College, Moatuvida, the Department of Computer Science, and all the participants, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sajid Shashidharan for his excellent and highly relevant session on empowering digital defenses in the cyber world. In today's digital age, understanding cybersecurity is not just a necessity, but a crucial skill. Sir, your insights and practical advice have provided us with a clear roadmap to navigate the complexities of the cyberspace and to build stronger digital defenses. Thank you once again, Mr. Sajid Shashidharan, sir, for sharing your knowledge and for empowering us to be more vigilant and secure in the digital world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the feedback form is available in the chat box. Kindly fill the form. So moving on to our next session, I am privileged to welcome Mr. Sliba Paul for today's third session on agents and retrieval augmentation generation. Sliba Paul is a seasoned product manager for artificial intelligence and machine learning at Docket AI. spearheading the development of generated AI-powered solution for technical sales support and enterprise revenue enablement. With an MTech in power system from Calicut University and a background in numerical optimization, he brings deep expertise in artificial intelligence domain. Slibasar is also a co-creator of Oria Kathi, the world's first artist in the cloud, a sought-after speaker at TEDx, PyData, Indian Science Fest, and others. Mr. Sliba connects technological innovation with creative vision, exploring how AI redefines art, enterprise, and human interaction. Sir, we are excited to hear from your side. Over to you, sir.
Hey, can you guys hear me properly?
Yes, sir, you're visible.
Okay. Let me share the screen. The screen is visible as well.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Oh, let's begin. Okay. Perfect. Hi, I'm Silva Paul. I'm a product manager at a startup called Rocket AI. We work on B2B sales and marketing automation with agents. I've been in the machine learning and also the generative AI space for the last 8-9 years. Today we will talk about agents. Before I start the session, I know that this is the last session of this 3 days long FDP, and many of you guys must be overwhelmed with a lot of information out there, right? The last session was on cybersecurity. Now we are jumping to the agents. There must be a lot of other great sessions too. But bear with me. It's a good topic, very interesting topic altogether. I will try to keep it short. I will try to keep it interesting and very interactive too. I'm not familiar with giving lectures and all this stuff. Rather, let's have a conversation. Let's see if we can make it very interactive. And interrupt me. I cannot see the chats in my screen. So interrupt me if you have questions, and we will resolve it right away, and then we'll move forward. Okay, so let's begin with agents. How many of you are comfortable with agent as a topic? Have you tried it before? Experienced agent experiences in the applications to use? By the way, how many of you use the ChatGPT? A lot of them. Every day, ChatGPT. Okay. So today we will be discussing about this agent as a topic. What are they, why they matter, and how to build them. I will show you a demo of what I have built for this session. I will walk you through some of the major core components of this topic, and we'll see where it goes, right? Okay, let's begin. So start with, let me give you a system description and tell me in the chats if it is an agent or not. Some of you guys must be already knowing the agent characteristics, some of them might not, but give it a guess. Okay, when you hear about agent, what do you think about it? And put an impression on if it is an agent or not. So the first system is a system where the faculty can input the course content, and the LLM will generate the syllabus draft for the faculty, and then translate it to another language. When I say LLM, I mean the large language model. By the way, I won't be getting into the specifics of large language models, prompting, and all those things in this session. I would assume that you have the basic understanding of these terms, and agents would be an additional layer on top of it. Okay, so let's start with what are the LLM usages here? It can be used for syllabus generation here. It can be used for translating, say if you want the syllabus to be in Malayalam, you can do that translation also with English, from English to Malayalam. Obviously, the LLMs are involved, so the prompting is involved. Then it uses an OpenAI API for the LLM response. The response time is around 5 seconds. So what do you guys think? This is an agentic system? Any thoughts? No thoughts? Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next system in that case. The next thing is another system description. Here, by the way, how many of you guys have done a literature review paper, survey paper? Have you read them? Have you created them? How many of you have done that? Could you put a thumbs up in the text box? By the way, am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's I was asking if you have read literature surveys paper or written one. Okay, yeah. So yes, there are a couple of cases in there. So I was trying to make it a system where we can feed any topic, and then the system will come back with the literature review of on that topic by doing the research and all those stuff. So here the system will be tasked to draft a literature review for any topic the user gives, and then it decides to go to the web pages, scrape the information, gather it, synthesize it, and then finally structure it to a literature review. So that is another system, the second system we are talking about. So the first is in the second system, the LLM usage is for first for formulating the query. So we are giving a topic, it needs to be formulated to different queries, small queries. Then it will do the synthesization of information that is gathered from the web, then format it to a literature review structure. Right? It's like a like an IEEE paper, let's say. So there is one concept called tool call in here. Here web search will be used as a tool, and it uses the same thing. OpenAI API, LLM for LLM response. Response time would be a bit higher this time, 20 seconds. And what do you guys think now? Is it an agent or not? Is it more agentic than the first system, or any thoughts? Any thoughts? Okay, no thoughts. Okay, it's fine. Let's before jumping into if it is an agentic system or not, let's think about how we would define an agent. So this field is a pretty new field evolving very fast. We do not have like a set in stone kind of a definition out there, but the front runners in this field have come up with some definition there. OpenAI, the company behind the ChatGPT, they have come up with a definition, which is agents are systems that independently accomplish tasks on your behalf. On your behalf means on the user behalf. But it is a vague, bit of a vague definition. Rather, what is not an agent is pretty easier. Applications that integrate LLMs but don't use them for control workflow execution. Think of simple chatbots, single turn LLMs, or sentiment classifiers are not agents. I think that's more crisp, right? So what if you're using an LLM doesn't mean that it makes it an agent. Rather, the LLM is at the pivotal stage to drive the workflow. That means it's a agent. Let's dissect more here. Some of the characteristics OpenAI is thinking of agents is, first of all, rather than putting out an LLM and calling it an agent, it will be a workflow that is powered by LLM, which means essentially LLM will be the brain of that workflow. It decides and executes the workflow. It makes decisions. That's very important. It detects completion. If a task is completed, it will know that it is completed. It will self-correct if it is got into a bad situation altogether when it comes to its inference. It will stop there. It will self-correct and return back. On failure, it will inform the user that, okay, this is something I've tried, but it didn't work out. But I would like to hand over the workflow to you. Another concept of or characteristics of agents is the usage of tools. So when it comes to tools, let's think of it in a human manner. So humans have brain and we use tools. Let's say I have a tool. Okay, this is what is the tool I have here? So this is my phone. Okay, and then this is the mouse I have. So these are two tools I use for different purposes. Likewise, agents should also be able to connect to the external systems via these tool use. And they should dynamically pick up the right tool. So if I want to move the cursor, so like this, then I will use the mouse. But if I want to take a selfie, I will use my phone. So that's the differences. So that should be able to be done by the LLM so that it behaves like an agent. The third part is it should operate strictly inside the guardrails you talk about. When you define an agent, you say that, okay, don't talk about Tom and Jerry. Okay, it's a, so, or Mickey Mouse. Don't talk about it. Whenever you respond, don't talk about it. If the agent at any point is talking about it, it is breaking the guardrails you have given it. That's not the right behavior of an agent. It is not the right characteristics of an agent. So agent should behave inside the guardrails. And if you are using the ChatGPT actively, you will also see this one. If you ask about, let's say, Steve Jobs, who was the CEO of Apple, and try to create an image or something like that. Sometimes it resists and say that, okay, this is copyrighted information. I can't give you the information you're asking for, because the guardrails try to put ChatGPT in control so that OpenAI don't get into these copyright infringement problems and the lawsuits with the Apple. So these are the aspects of the core characteristics of an agent. Now let's go and revisit the two systems we have talked about. The first system is you're providing the source content. That is your course, whatever the topics you're going to teach. You're calling an LLM or putting it to ChatGPT and say that, okay, convert this to a syllabus. Now you have the syllabus as text. Then you're saying the LLM, okay, now do the translation to Malayalam. That is done. You got the output. So this is mostly like doing two chats with doing a chat with ChatGPT. So it's very straightforward. Here, if you look into it, the workflow is defined by the user, and the user is navigating the LLM to get things done. So here, LLM is not in control. The human is in control. Sometimes that is enough. For some application, that is enough, but that is not agentic. Rather, if you go to the literature review agent, it is a bit more complex here. You see a lot of boxes here, right? So the input is the topic of research. It comes in, and the LLM starts planning. Okay, what do I do about it? I have a tool called web search. First, I would need to gather the information from the external sources so that I can do the literature review. So it will gather information. First of all, it will create a lot of queries based on that topic. For each query, it will do a web search, gather the information, and check. That is important. Check if the coverage is enough. And the LLM decides it. Maybe based on the prompt you give it to the LLM, or the LLM decides it's on, and think that, okay, this much information is enough. Let me move forward. If it is not, it will continue with this loop. So in an agentic behavior, you will see loops. But in the workflow behavior, it is not a loop. Even if it is a loop, it will be very controlled, if-else loop. Now, once the enough coverage is there, then the next step would be synthesizing all this information and doing the review. Then again, LLM thinks if this information is enough. If this information is enough, we will go to the output and do the, otherwise we will go to the loop again. So this is how fundamentally the second system is more agentic than the first. I will pause here. Not much interactive so far. Any questions? Feel free to ask the questions. That will also help me to, get into more details of specific areas or doubts. Search tool means what? Yeah, I will show that to you. I will show that to you when I do the demo. I will do the. I will show you the web search tool. What else? Looks like we have 100 people in the meeting, and no one has questions. Okay, cool. So we will move forward. Okay, now let's go to the core components of the agent. Now we have understood the characteristics of the agent. Now let's go to what are the core components in the agent. There are only three components. First one is the model itself. That is the LLM, the large language model. The second one is instructions. So that is the prompt. By the way, okay, let me ask you this. How many of you, I think I asked you this question before, how many of you guys use the ChatGPT in a daily basis? How many? Please give a thumbs up in the text box if you do that. Harigovind says yes. No one else? Okay. I would, yeah, Jeevan, Jaswin, Joseph, yes. Thomas Matthew, yes. Okay. How do you interact with them? How do you interact with the ChatGPT? What is the interaction here? It's a conversation, right? You give it a prompt, then you expect it to respond back, right? So the prompt is what we give it to the ChatGPT. So okay, give me a 10-line poem for my daughter's anniversary at school. That's a prompt to the LLM. LLM is the next word predictor. It will predict the next word and create a poem for you, right? That is prompt. So obviously the instructions are very important when it comes to creating an agent. The last one is tools. We'll talk about, Thomas will come back to the web search tool. But the tools, think of it as external functions which can gather information for the LLM and also do actions for the LLM. Okay, so these are the three cornerstones of building an agent. We'll get into each of them in detail. Let's start with the model. How many of you are comfortable with the models from OpenAI? Anyone knows what is the latest of ChatGPT model? 3, 4, 5. It's 5 actually. GPT-5 is the latest model from ChatGPT. Have you guys observed sometimes when you talk to ChatGPT, the answers are instant. Sometimes it is taking a bit of time. Have you observed it? Yes, Haribavan has observed it. It is because some models are different from the other. Some are instant answers. Some thinks before it answers. That's the difference. So to start with, when building an agent, how to choose models would be first start with accuracy. It is always a trade-off between accuracy, cost, and latency. If you are using a thinking model, which will take time and more money, would be accurate. But on the other way, if you are now using a non-thinking model, a smaller model, it will be fast, cheap, but it won't be accurate. So that's a trade-off you have to make. So according to the applications you have, you can choose which is the big model or a small model or a thinking model or a non-thinking model. You can use that. Yes. Natural, I would say, is thinking. What do you mean? Natural terms? Behavior. Okay. So that is what it is. Okay. So first of all, the guideline is always go for the accurate model first. Okay, maybe your application requires latency, but always try to go for the most accurate model. Then come back to the model you want. I will show you why that. I will tell you why that matters. So start with this accuracy target. Let's say what is let's say you guys are all faculties, right? You guys teach kids. So then, so you're thinking, okay, you want to automate the whole mark, giving the marks to the answer sheets. You want it to be automated. So what you will do is, whenever you get the answer sheets, you'll take a photo of it and put it to ChatGPT and ask the ChatGPT to put an answer to it. I don't know what's going to be the repercussions of it, some for kids, but let's say we are going to do that. Okay, so if we are going to do that, then we would need, at some point, we would need a evaluation. Yeah. So we would need some kind of a evaluation out there. We want to know how accurate these responses are. So some kid who was consistently doing real good scores, and he's not able, the ChatGPT is giving him very poor marks, then you need to check why that is wrong, right? So some evaluation has to be there. So you're thinking that, okay, if it is for this particular task, if the accuracy is say 95%, I'm good. I can automate, like I can do this entire thing to be delivered by the ChatGPT. So you're fixing that it's 95%. So if my accuracy for an answer to be given is 95%, I'm good. So where this comparison comes from, what I will do is I will create an evaluation data set. What I will do is I will take, say, 5 answer sheets. All these 5 answer sheets, I will manually mark them, give the marks 45, 46 out of 50, 30 out of 50, 0 out of 50. Okay. Then we will run the same. We will have that evaluation set. Once we do the entire task, we will run it through the evaluation set as well and see if the numbers match. If the human is giving it as 40 out of 50 and the ChatGPT is giving it as 20 out of 50, that is, something is wrong there. If the human is giving someone a 0 and the ChatGPT is coming back and giving it to 10, sorry, 5, maybe it's not that a big of a problem, right? So this is how you set an accuracy, then come up with an evaluation and see if the agent is fine doing it or the model is doing well or not. Always it is a comparison with humans, because agents essentially are to be replaced with humans in the future. I will come to that later. So that is how we should start it, and then we can move to more then now we can move to a smaller model if you require to have a more latency and all those things. We can do it. Maybe I can right away show you what do I mean by this. Okay, let me. I hope you guys can see my screen, right? Let's go to ChatGPT. And yes, I'm going to put it like thinking, and I'm going to ask a question. What the immediate, okay, immediate events I can attend in, let's call it multiple. Okay. Now this model is thinking. If you click on it, you'll see you should be seeing the thinking steps as well. Okay, I'm looking for upcoming events. Now it's calling the web. This is a web tool, Thomas. So it is calling the web and gathering more information. Yeah. So finally it found out that there is a Piravam boat race that's happening in October near to Madura. Is this right? Do we have a boat race in Madura? Do we? I don't know. Okay, never mind. Then there is a question virtual and physical runs are happening. That's there. Okay, I'm going to ask the same question to a non-thinking model. Let's say instant model. New chat. Instant model. Sorry. Instant. Now there is no thinking out there. Immediate. It is still searching, but it is fast. I couldn't find any major in person. See the information out there. The information is very, very sparse. There is no detailed information out there, but it is still found out that there is this brown boat race is coming on October 4th, but it is instant, more instant. So the quality would be less, but it would be more, the latency would be good. Okay, so always start with, so the point is always try to start with the, sorry. Yeah. So always try to start with the bigger model, then go for the various techniques which we can use where smaller models are also working fine. So that is the idea there. We can do multiple things. I don't want to get into the details, the retrieval augmented generation. By the way, how many of you guys are familiar with this topic, retrieval augmented generation? Anyone? Something very interesting. I'm not going to cover it on this topic anyway, but in this talk anyway. But it's very interesting how the generation is augmented by the retrieval. But fine tuning the models, we can use the prompt, something called prompt baking that is there. But these are the techniques to do it. Moving to the latency part of it, we can use faster models, which has more tokens per second. So I will give you an example. OpenAI recently released a model called GPT-OSS, GPT open source, which has open weights. And there is a company called Cerebras. They have distilled this model in such a way that usually it will get like what 300 tokens per second, but they have pumped it to 3,000 tokens per second. So that is kind of like a insane boost in the generation speed. Okay, that's something which we can use. So we won't compromise too much on the latency and in the accuracy as well. We can use smaller models. I don't. Are you guys comfortable with the few shot prompting, all that? Yeah, basically it's like giving couple of examples to the prompt in such a way. Maybe I can show that to you. Okay, this is something like this. Let's go to ChatGPT. The instant is enough. Okay. Give me a poem on cats. So this is pretty simple prompt, right? Very straightforward prompt. Now I'm going to give it a few shot. Give me a prompt on cats. I'm going to give some examples. Some examples. I'm going to write some random stupid poem right away. Please excuse my poetic skills here. Okay. Cats are great, better than dogs, but it doesn't bark. No use at home. Okay, I'm a dog person actually. So some examples I'm giving. Okay, I'm giving some examples. So now I'm giving it to the ChatGPT. Let's see what comes in. See, now suddenly it is giving you a 4-line poem rather than a long poem like this, right? And now it is becoming sarcastic and a bit hilarious because I was hilarious in my example. Cats are king, sleeps all day, steals your chair, then walks away. There are things like better than dogs, but they don't obey. But we love them day by day. So it is picking up what I want. So this is few short prompting. Anyway. Yeah, so there are many other techniques as well. I don't think, I'm not sure how much would be translatable it is right now. I'll share the slides with the organizers anyway. So there are multiple things you can do to reduce the latency. That's how we choose a model between, okay, a thinking model or a large model between and a smaller model. Essentially, this is the kind of a table you can use to select the models for the agents. This is the method that on the left side is the method, what all models I'm thinking, what is the accuracy I want or I would get from these models, what is the cost I have to bear for that, and what is the latency of these models. TTFT is time to first token. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now let's go to the tools for agents. Ideally, the idea is to extend the agent capabilities via API or computer use models. Good tools are well documented and tested and reusable. So I will give some examples in here. One type of tool is data tools for retrieving the information. So web search is a retrieval tool. It gathers information for the LLM. There are other tools like action tools where it can send the emails or update the CRM. CRM is customer relationship management softwares, escalate tickets. It will do an action for you, send an email for you, right? Then there are orchestration tools, but these are more advanced things like agents as tools. Agents itself can become tools for other agents, right? These are tools and these are the types there. Now, moving to the third part, which is high quality instructions for the agents. This is essentially prompting. Prompting is a very big topic altogether. I am. Anyone knows any prompting techniques in the crowd? Yeah. So prompting techniques would give you the best out of an LLM. So this is exactly what I've shown you with the cat's poem. So I gave a blunt prompt. Most of the times ChatGPT is used in that way. He gives something very abstract and vague and think that it is stupid. It is not. if we can give it if we can prompt it in such a way that there's more context, it will give you more text. What you have seen with the cat's poem. So, at first it was very long and a very serious kind of a poem, a beautiful kind of a poem. And the second time I gave it prompted with a few short example, with the response became 4-line, bit of a fun kind of a tone, and a bit of a simple usage of words and stuff like that. So it captured the what I exactly want. I am not going to talk a lot about the prompt engineering, but if you would like to, I can put this link in the chat. This is something I've created for better prompting techniques. It's like a guidelines and rules. This is here. I will share it in the chat just in case if you guys would like to have a look. Share. So it's in the chat. Shared. Yeah, I've pinned it as well in the chat. Okay, so this is like a different ways to make the best out of the prompting technique. So these three things are the most important stuff when it comes to creating an agent. Now, I think we have talked enough about the lectures and theory. Now let's move to an actual living and breathing agent. So I've created a literature review GPT. This is something you can create in ChatGPT itself. So if you go in there, this is how I have configured this agent. You can see it has a name. This image is something which you can create using DALL-E. DALL-E is an image generation model from OpenAI. Name is name. I've given a name. I've given description. Instructions. This is my my instructions or prompt to generate this agent. There are some conversation starters. Don't worry about it. Recommended model. I'm using the model. So I have the instructions. I have the model. I can choose different models out there. I'm using the GPT-5 thinking. I'm using these capabilities, which are tools. I'm using 3 capabilities out there. Okay. So web search, image generation, and code interpreter and data analysis. Let's see how this thing work. Okay. So I'm not sure how many of you will be able to access it. Okay. But I will share the link in the chat. I think it would require some access. Maybe you would need a premium plan or something. No, I'm not exactly sure, but yeah. So now let's move to now let's see if what we can do with this one. Okay. Okay. So I'm in the I'm here. So I want to create a a literature survey on the prompting techniques. Now I already have it, but anyway, I want to do it again. So I want to create a literature survey on the latest prompting techniques for large language models. Okay, I have given the instruction. Now let's see what it's going to do. Yeah, so it started its thinking. First of all, it is I need to gather the sources for literature survey, but it looks like I have to use web-based tools since some of the specialized ones are not available. I'll focus on recent papers 2023. So it knows the latest date, like chain of thought, self-consistency. These are different types of prompting techniques, by the way. Now I'm gathering a list regarding the prompting techniques, reflection, BS, rack prompt, all of them. It is searching in archive. How many of you are comfortable or know about archive? Thumbs up in the, or would you give thumbs up? That's basically like a IEEE explore of for open access. Okay, never mind. It is see, if you look at it, it is searching in the web with multiple queries. So browsing on recent prompting techniques, searching advanced core prompting techniques, searching prompting strategies for large language models. It is doing enough. Okay. Now it is thinking that I think we are ready to create a survey. Now that's a decision taken by the LLM, not me. Okay. Yeah. So now it is creating a data set, and here what you see is it is the another tool called code interpreter. It is running Python code in a sandbox environment to create artifacts. That's what it's doing right now. So yeah, it is creating a CSV. Now it is creating a data set. Based on the data set, it is creating a data analysis. It is creating a graph. Now finally it is coming up with the actual paper, actual survey paper. It has a title and abstract, there's an introduction, search strategy. This is how we write a survey paper, right? How many of you have written a survey paper? Okay, so this is how the usually the format is. Like there will be a structure behind, from introduction to the final closing thoughts. So yeah, it is getting generated. So now you see an agent in an action. I haven't put out any action for this one, but I can maybe ask something here. Once the generation is complete, I can ask for an action. Let's see if it is going to work. So it's very detailed if you think about it, right? It has read this many papers and quoting it perfectly. And if you look at it, these citations are there. Trends, contradictions, gap, and future direction. So exactly that is what we want when we do a literature survey. That gaps and future direction, limitations, big useful figures, references. It is putting out the references. Amazing. I think the generation is done. Right? Can you create an image for the test prompting prompting technique? This is an action I'm asking the ChatGPT, this agent to do. So it knows about this prompting technique from the power response. Now I'm asking if we can create an image based out of it. Then action. Let's see. I'll create a stylish modern infographic. Blah blah blah. So it is thinking that the verification guided prompting is the best one. So now it is going to create an image for me. So this is taking like an action for me. Yeah. Okay. So going back to Thomas' question, what is web search tool means? It is an API call to to an API which can do the web search. Say, for example, Google search as an API. So this will be an API, a function, a Python function that will call and hitting that API and getting the information back. It is an simplified version of a tool, but I'm just giving it out for a for understanding. That's what the tool means. Most of the times it's a Python function. So yeah, now it is creating the image. Let's see how that's gonna go. What's the time? 5:45. Yeah. Yes, now the image is created. So this is like a card for the for this verification guided prompting, tasks and requirement, initial draft by the LLM, then the planning and verification questions we do with the meta prompting. I don't want to get into the details, but this is something you see, right? It can take an action for you. Great. Okay, now going back to our presentation. So that is what an agent or like a quick demo of a moderate. I don't know. Is it moderate, or maybe let's call it like a maybe like a vanilla agent, not too complex. I will show you some examples of what actual complexity the agents deal with. But yeah, so far, any questions before we get into the agentic patterns? Okay, let's go to some more interesting agentic patterns out there. Sorry, agentic experience out there. So this is Perplexity. How many of you guys use Perplexity? Going to say no. Thomas Matthew says yes. You should definitely try Perplexity. So Perplexity is someone like an open content to the Google search. So in Google search, what you used to get when I say like, what is FTP of, sorry, FTP AICTE? I asked this question. Now you see the AI overview here, but that's something that came in very recently. But you see links, right? But Perplexity thought, why do we need these links? Because if you show links, then the humans have to click on each link and gather information. That's how you do the Google search and gather information. Rather, why don't an LLM does it? So now I'm asking the same question in the Perplexity. It will do the research for you and give you an answer. Perplexity has been doing it so well. Google was pushed to do this AI overview. It is not ideal for the Google, because Google lives on the Google ads, and if there are no link to click, then there is no Google ads, right? But anyway, I don't want to get into the business of it, but you get the idea, right? So here you can see the steps of how this this agent has worked. It has many other fields as well. So this is like a it's like Perplexity Labs. You'll have to log in. This is like deep research. Basically, it's like you will get more comprehensive answers on about a topic from this mode. Okay. Yeah. So this is one thing you can interestingly use. There are many other things as well. Like let's say Manus. I'm not sure if I can use Manus without logging in. Manus is this very long running research gathering, information gathering research agent you can use for very tough, very long-running tasks, right? Some tasks would require like maybe like 1 minute. So whatever I've shown here as a literature agent, sorry, literature survey generation agent, it didn't take much time, maybe like 1 minute, 2 minutes. But there are topics like, say, protein synthesis, or look into all the rule books in the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita and tell me if this thing is illegal or not. That requires a long running kind of a thing. So Manus does that. There are many other agentic experience as well. I don't want to do the shameless plugges. This is the product we build. So this is like in a very different form. So you should be seeing a widget there. So this is like this is an agent you can talk to. I don't think I've enabled the the voice there, but I can ask questions. Oh, what Docker does? What does Docker do? Can you help? So it can show a slide and explain about that. It can show a video, so it can see the my response are going in, and agent will respond back. So this is a shameless, like this is what we do at Docker. Yeah. So another one. There are many other things as well, which has an agentic flavor to it, and the world is going in this direction. Okay. Again, one more pause. Any more questions before I jump into the agentic patterns? I would take like 10 minutes more before wrapping up. Cool. Let's go to the next one. Okay, let's present again. Yes. Now let's talk about single agent systems. Single agent system, whatever I've shown you in the ChatGPT as a custom GPT, that's a single agent system. It is on LLM. It is doing everything. You give some input, it gets some output, and it runs on a run environment. When I say run environment, I think I've mentioned about these loops where the agents run and taking decision, is it enough? Otherwise, do it again. So that's what the run environment is. So here the instructions will be there, tools will be there, guardrails will be there. We can keep on adding or updating this run environment, and the agent gets better and better. So agent run is a loop where it continues to execute until there is an exit condition is met. Usually the exit condition could be like, okay, tool call or a structure output, maximum turns we can define explicitly. So that's what the single agent systems is. When it comes to multiple agents, things are a bit different. First of all, why do we need multiple agents, right? Let's have a use case which I can think of. Let's say something related to the faculty's day-to-day life, what we can think of. Let's say we want to create a AI faculty, replace it with a human. So what all things that a agent has to do? It has to take the attendance every day. It obviously needs to teach, gives notes, evaluate the answers from answer sheets, right? Conduct examinations. It's a very complex thing altogether. It's like replacing somebody completely, right? When we do that, not a single agent with a bunch of tools would cut it. Why? First of all, the current models are going to heavily improve in the future. But as of now, we only have if the prompt is too complex, right? If else, this, that, blah, 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 then that is going to confuse the model. That is the first problem. So if you have too many things to do in one prompt, that's going to be a problem. The second part is, if you use a lot of tools, then the agent will pick up the wrong tool. There is something called tool overload. Currently, if you have a very distinctive set of tools, like tool one and tool two, do completely different things. For example, tool one is web search, tool two is retriever augmented generation, whatever that be. These are two distinctive tools altogether. They won't be confused by the agent. But if you use web search and then web search on google.com, let's say, right, that will be confusing for the agent, which one to use, because both of them look similar. So that's where the multiple agent comes in. So a problem will be reduced to multiple agents working together to solve a problem. I will show you a pattern in that multiple agent thing. So the task is the FDP program in Nirmala College is amazing. This is the task I'm giving to the agent. You don't know what is happening inside, but there is a manager agent out there which is interacting with you. With you means the user. In the back end, there is a Malayalam agent, there is a Hindi agent, there is a Tamil agent. And the manager agent calls the Malayalam agent to do the translation, because manager agent knows that the specialist agent here is the Malayalam agent. And the Malayalam agent will be having its own tools to get this translation done and all. Maybe Malayalam agent will be calling the Google Translate API in the backend and then gathering the information. All the manager knows is, okay, I know the question is about translating it to Malayalam, and I have a Malayalam agent. Let's call that assistant, let it do that. And then it comes back to this thing. Right? This is called the manager pattern. This is one pattern where manager will be the mouth agent in the sense that it will be the one which will be interacting with the user continuously, and it will mask everything around the specialist by keeping it as a face. Right? A real life example would be what? Yeah, if you think about it, okay, the manager is the class agent, the class teacher. And the class teacher knows, let's call it, this is the headmaster. And there's a Malayalam teacher, there is an English teacher, there is a Tamil teacher. And when the headmaster is asked, okay, how many students are studying for Malayalam right now in this school? Maybe the headmaster would be knowing it, the head teacher. Otherwise, he or she will call the Malayalam teacher and ask, okay, how many students you are teaching right now? Give me that number. Okay, so whenever that question is asked, the headmaster is attending it and giving the answer, but under the hood, it is calling another agent or a teacher to get that information. But from the front end, there is no change. He or she is doing the entire work. Right? This is applicable for some use cases, maybe not for everything, but some use cases. Then there is another called decentralized, I think there's a typo here, decentralized pattern, where there is something called a triage agent. What it will do is, okay, there is a question that is coming in, translate FTP program in the college is amazing. The triage agent will identify, first of all, it will identify which agent to hand it over, and it will just hand it over. Okay, now I think this is your job, do the job and give it back to the user. That's how it works. Essentially, if you maybe at the first glance, you would think that both of them are the same, but it is not actually. When it comes to applications, different applications, these things work in very different manner altogether. But I'm just giving you two centralized. There are other patterns as well, but these are like a very generalized type of patterns that is available in the in the industry right now? Any questions?
So it's like all these patterns are built in with the agents itself, right? We can't change it or what? Like, I mean, all these patterns are hidden in the agent, right?
No. Thanks for the question, Lizzie. No, it is not. We can build these patterns. Okay. How do we build it? Since you asked a good question altogether.
Yeah, that
Let
was
me
the
show you.
question. If it is built in with the agent,
Have you tried out this one? OpenAI agent is speaking.
no.
Yeah. So this is a package from OpenAI where you can build these patterns, build the agents, right? So how you will build it? Let me show you an example. Is that this example? Okay, so there is an agentic pattern. Oh, wait. Oops. Tab. Yes. So here, agents is tools. Yes, I can show you this one. I think this would be great. Amazing. Yeah. Cool. So here, there is a synthesizer agent. Its name and instructions are given. You inspect translations, correct them if needed, produce a final concatenated response, right? And there is an orchestrator agent, which has the instruction. You are a translation agent. You use the tools given to the translate. If you ask multiple translation, you can call the relevant tools in order. You never translate your own. You always use the provided tools. And it is provided with tools which are agents again, Spanish agent, French agent, and Italian agent. And if you look at these agents, Spanish agent, its job is to translate user message to Spanish, user message to French, user message to Italian, right? So now you can see how many agents we have built so far. There is a synthesizer one, there is an orchestrator one, then there are 3 other agents. And all these agents work together in the manager pattern. This is a manager pattern. So that's how it is not embedded in the agent. We have the granularity to build each of them and make it work together.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, good question. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, let's move back to the presentation. This is my last slide. I'll wrap up in like 2-3 minutes. Yeah, so why agents or where agents add most value, right? So here, as you see, then the complexity of the problem increases step by step. That's where you'll employ an agent rather than a LLM, right? So where a complex decision making is required, you can use an agent there. When there are many hard to maintain rules, there are a lot of if else rules. You can use an agent. When there is a unstructured data dependence, for example, your input is a natural language document. Give a simple example, right? I want to have a home loan and I am applying through an application. It's a PDF document which has lots and lots of natural language. So you need to synthesize the entire language, and then you have to take a decision, and that decision is based on many things. Based on, okay, if this guy can repay the loan, that's one question, obvious question. The second one is, okay, where does he live in? He lives in the jurisdiction where the bank is there. Can I verify his PAN card? A lot of things are there, right? So that in those complex situations, an agent can be deployed. So this is where the agents add the most value. Maybe for the cat poem, you won't need an agent. You can just prompt it and get the response back. But for the complex things, you would need an agent. Now, I haven't talked about why what is going to happen with the agent, right? How many of you guys think about or have heard about the jobs that's going to be replaced by AI? No one? There's a lore that's going on in the market saying, look, a lot of people are getting, replaced by AI. A lot of people are getting fired because the company has adopted these generative AI technologies and stuff like that. No one? Okay. There are some early signs already. If you look at the hires like mass hiring companies like Infosys and TCS and all those companies, if you look at their hiring pattern for 2025 and 2024, it is significantly reduced. They don't hire as much as people they wanted because a lot of things can be automated using the agents. If your job is repetitive and a significant percentage of it can be automated by generative AI, you have a problem. I'm not scaring anybody. I'm just observing the trends I see in the software industry, because starting with software industry I'm talking about, because in the software industry there is a lot of automation that has already happened. A lot of people are feeling the pain and the heat already. So I'm not saying that AI is going to come and or the agents are going to come and replace your job or anything like that. Rather, what I'm trying to say here is, or the least step you could take is, an AI might not replace you. This is something I will tell everyone. AI might not replace you, an agent might not replace you, but a person who knows how to use these AI tools and these agents, he or she might replace you. 2026, by 2026 ending, we will see the real inflection of this technology and like real problems out there, like let it be the job replacement or upskilling or whatever. We will see the people are speculating 2027, but 2026 also you will see the early signs of how impactful this technology is going to be. So that is the if I would like to leave 2 cents from this topic, be very comfortable with these tools. Use it every single day. Try to use it as much as you can. Try to use it in a best way. Learn how you can prompt it. Learn how you can play around with whatever that is provided by these models. Be comfortable with it, so that your job would be more on creating more value rather than doing the routine work. So if you think that the answer and giving marks to an answer sheet is not replaceable, you should go and read and see those gradings are getting already done in the US universities. AI agents are doing the grading for the students' answer sheets. If you think that the attendance taking is not replaceable, it's already done. So the amount of automation that's going to come via these agents is going to be tremendous. So try to be more alert. Again, be comfortable with using these tools. Be comfortable with playing around. Try to incorporate these technologies in your everyday life. And yeah, that's it. I will wrap up. Thanks again for the opportunity. I hope you guys have learned something new today, or at least had a more advanced version of what you've already learned. Thank you. I'm open to questions if there is any. Otherwise, we can wrap up.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful section. Now we will be moving to the question and answer section, where the participants can unmute your mic, or else you can post your questions in the chat box. Okay, so we will be winding up the session with the vote of thanks. Sir, on behalf of Nirmala College, Muatuvada, and the Department of Computer Science and all the participants, I would like to extend our profound thanks to Mr. Sleba Paul for his session on agents and retrieval augmented generation. His presentation was both insightful and forward-looking, shedding light on how these cutting-edge technologies are revolutionizing the field of artificial intelligence. Mr. Sleba Paul's clear explanation and deep expertise helped us to understand the practical applications and the immense potential of intelligent agents and RAG systems. Thank you very much, Mr. Sleba Paul, for sharing your valuable knowledge and for giving us a glimpse into the future of AI. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. If you used ChatGPT for creating that vote of thanks, you did it right. That's all I would say.
I have used some insights from ChatGPT too.
Good.
Sir, on behalf of the management, all the participants and the coordinating team of this FDP, we thank you wholeheartedly for consenting to this session, for consenting to handle this session, and for delivering such an effective session for us. Thank you, sir, on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Privilege is all mine. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, the time, it's now 6:14. So the feedback form has been shared in your chat box. Kindly fill the feedback form. And we'll be having a valedictory section at 6:30 p.m. A sharp 6:30 p.m. Kindly join us for a very short valedictory session, following which we'll be having the online test as well as the feedback. So kindly, please be online, fill up the forms, and meet you at 6:30. The examination will be in a Google form that will be shared in the chat box here. And the duration of the exam will be 1 hour. There will be 25 questions. You have to complete it with 1 hour. And during the 1 hour duration, we will be online here. So you can complete the examinations. So kindly wait till 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Reverend Father Jose Pullopulil, Administrator of MCA and Nirmala College of Pharmacy. Dr. Thomas K.V. Sir, Director and Coordinator of this Faculty Development Program. Ms. Shari Opanikar, Co-Coordinator and Head of the Department Computer Science, and our most respectful participants. As we are reaching the conclusion of our 6-day faculty development program on advances in AI, applications and ethical dimensions in intelligent systems and digital security, we are moving on to the valedictory section to assess and evaluate the entire faculty development program. We are extremely happy to see your enthusiasm till the last day of this faculty development program. Moving on to the valedictory section, I would like to welcome Ms. Shari Opanikar, Co-Coordinator and Head of the Department Computer Science, for the welcome address.
Thank you.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Jasmine. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Respected Reverend Father Jose Pullopulil, our Administrator, Dr. Thomas KV, Coordinator of this FDP and Director, and our dear participants, good evening to one and all. It's my pleasure to invite you all to the final session of our AICTE ADAL FDP. We were on a very remarkable journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration for the past 1 week. Today marks the conclusion of all the intelligent discussions and valuable knowledge shared and gained. As the coordinator of this FDP and head of the department, it's my privilege and honor to extend a warm note of welcome to all. We are delighted to have with us Reverend Father Jose Pullopulil, Administrator of MCA and Nirmala College of Pharmacy amongst us. A hearty welcome to you, Father, to this valedictory session. A special word of welcome to Dr. Thomas KV, Sir, Coordinator of this FDP and Director of MCA. A hearty welcome to you, sir. I would also like to welcome Mr. Sharon Matthew, Associate Professor and Joint Head of the Department, whose hard work behind the scenes have played a vital role in the smooth running of this FDP. Hearty welcome, sir.
Okay, Miss.
I extend my warmest welcome to all the distinguished faculty participants. Our participants are actually faculty members as well as research scholars from in and out of the state, from institutions far and near, who have joined us online. Your presence here made this FDP truly meaningful, and I hope this week-long journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration was enriching and rewarding for each one of you. We are truly grateful to ADAL for such a platform. Once again, a very warm welcome to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shari ma'am, for your valuable words. Next, I would like to invite Reverend Father Jose Pullopulil, Administrator of MCA and Nirmala College of Pharmacy, to address the valedictory section. Over to you, Father.
Yes, thank you very much. Then, good evening to all. I'm very happy to be with you at this evening. For the last 6 days, you were all together attending the seminar and FDP program. I'm very much happy that we could host this program for all the beneficiaries, and especially all the 13 resource persons who joined, who contributed, and they contributed very nicely. And then I hope that they all benefited a lot, because it's a relevant subject we have taken, and we could get so many resource persons from in and outside India. They are all well versed in that subject, and they have contributed very nicely, and this will increase our know-how and then our ability to contribute something to the nation and to the world as such. And anyway, thank you for all the participants, especially. First time I am actually joining with you. And then I congratulate you all really, because you have dedicated so much time for attending all such a resource persons and then attending, getting the informations a lot. And anyway, I am very proud of our department of MCS section, and especially the coordinators, Sherry, Sherin, and then our director, Dr. Thomas, and all. And anyway, a tiresome task was there behind arranging all these things and everything. They have done very nicely, everything properly, and so on. You see, for this last 6 days, the resource persons, they could join together and they could dedicate such their valuable time and so on. And then our department could coordinate everything, and it was nice, I hope. Then especially a word to the participants, your feedbacks are almost welcome all. We welcome your feedbacks, and in future also we may be able to contribute something. And you just attended the program, and by this attending, you have your ability, your knowledge increase, and that should be a profit to the nation and to the world at large. And anyway, thank you all for joining with this program. And then I am always thankful to the department people, those who contributed very nicely. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence and your words, Father. Thank you. Now, moving on, we have our participants with us. Dear participants, we would like to hear from you regarding this 6-day or 1-week-long journey. So I humbly request members of our participants to kindly switch on your mic and give us a feedback. You're most welcome to give your feedback on this FDP. Participants, please.
Good evening. Myself, I am Nibi Babu. I am working in Chime Vishwavidyapit. Respected dignitaries, resource persons, colleagues, and fellow participants. It's a proud and emotional moment for me to stand here today, not only as a participant of this FDP, but also as a former faculty member of Nirmala College. Over the past 6 days, we explored advances in AI, application and ethical dimensions in intelligent system and digital security. And every section has been truly enriching. And on behalf of all the participants, I sincerely thank AICT Adult Academy, the management, principal, and head of the department, and all the faculties of computer science for organizing this program so perfectly. And my heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished resource persons, fellow participants, and organizing the team for their expertise, active engagement, and behind-the-scenes support. I feel proud of our department's progress and hopeful that the knowledge, the skill, and the ethical perspective gained will be carried forward to our institutions and students. We wish to have more of such engaging and inspiring programs in future. Thank you once again for giving this opportunity to express our collective gratitude. Wishing everyone success in your future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nibi. Thank you for the feedback.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Linz Rachel Vergas, Assistant Professor, Department of MCA from UC College. Actually, I sincerely thank the Department of Computer Science, Nirmala College, Muatupura, and the Adult Academy for the organization of this online FDP on advances in AI, application and ethical dimensions in intelligent systems and digital security. Actually, we are very grateful to the eminent resource persons for their insightful sessions. A special thanks to the organizers and the coordinators for the excellent planning, communication, and smooth conduct of this FDP. Each sessions provided valuable insights, blending the conceptual foundations with the practical applications. The FDP has offered us very valuable takeaways: deepened understanding of the AI applications, awareness of the ethical and responsible AI, practical knowledge and different tools, all making this FDP a very highly enriching and impactful learning experience. Overall, this program has been a great learning experience. It motivated us to integrate AI applications responsibly and meaningfully into our academic and professional domains. Very thankful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lins, for the words. Any other members? Now-
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
good evening, ma'am.
Shubharani. Yeah, I'm Dr. Shubharani here. I just want to thank ACT and FDP for sanctioning this online FDP. And also, I'd like to thank the administrators, officers, and coordinators and co-coordinators of Nirmal College for giving an opportunity to join for this FDP. Well, coming to that, all the 13 sessions were really well accomplished in order to meet the title of the FDP, and the content and the structure was effectively organized, and it was well accomplished. Coming to the speakers, all the 13 speakers were very much gave the insightful remarks to the participants, and they gave they added the value of both academic and professional value of each participant. I also appreciate the entire organizing teams and participants for putting the effort in doing this FDP Grant 1. All the was very smooth, and kudos to the entire team of Nirmal College such a FDP, which was very meaningful for entire participants. I'd like to thank the entire team and I wish you success for all upcoming days.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being our resource for a session. Thank you so much for the valuable feedback also. Dear participants, you're free to voice your feedback here. At the same time, we have given the mail ID of MCA in the chat box. It's mc@nirmalacollege.ac.in. You can mail us your valuable feedback in our mail ID also. And kindly, if you are reluctant to switch on your mics, you can post the feedbacks in our chat box also. The department mail ID has been reposted in the chat. Kindly note the feedback mail ID. You can post your valuable feedbacks to this ID. So, Jasmine? Yes, ma'am. Pooja, ma'am? And it seems the FDP feedback link in the adult portal is having some issues. Some have got it okay, it's working, but some others are facing problems, it seems. Thank you, Venkat sir, for that valuable feedback and comment. Thank you, sir. So I hope we can move on to the next session. Over to you, Jasmine. Thank you, Shankari ma'am, for the feedback. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Sherin Matthew sir, Associate Professor and Joint HOD of Department Computer Science, for the official vote of thanks.
A warm good evening to all. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. At the outset, I express our deep gratitude to AICT Adal Academy for approving and supporting this FDP on advances in AI, applications and ethical dimensions in intelligent systems and digital security. Next, I would like to thank our manager, Monsignor Reverend Dr. Pais Malekandathil. It is his thoughts and inspiration gave us the power to conduct this technical event. On behalf of the entire Nirmala fraternity, I extend our sincere thanks to you, Father. Thank you. Next, our principal, Reverend Dr. Justin K. Kuriakos. He is the motivator and the pillar of our institution. I am sure under his leadership, Nirmala could achieve prosperity and academic excellence. Thank you, Father. Next, I would like to thank our administrator, Reverend Father Jose Pullapullil. He is always with us. We are fortunate and have a dynamic and multi-talented father. Thank you, Father. Next, I would like to thank all the participants, including faculty and research scholars from various parts of India. Thank you for your wholeheartedly participation. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank the moderator of each event or each day, Ms. Sharia Panikar, Elizabeth Paulos, Ms. Vidula Thomas, Ms. P. Shaija Paul, Ms. Alina Matthew, and Mr. Jaswin Joseph, all the faculty members from Department of Computer Science. Thank you all. Next, I would like to thank our most important resource persons, Mr. Matthew James from USC Kochi, Dr. Ranjit Paulos from USC Kochi, Dr. Tamil Selvi Palanichami, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Rajalakshmi Engineering College, Tamil Nadu, Dr. A.C. Shandashila, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Mercy Paul Selvan, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ragesh G.K., Assistant Professor from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam, Kerala, Dr. N. Subarani, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dr. Mahalingam College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Jindo J. Pottekal, Manager Statistics, GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, USA, Mr. Suresh V.S., Senior Tech Lead, Cybersecurity, Bosch Global Software Technologies, Coimbatore, Dr. Melvi Medipara, Senior Data Scientist and Service Improvement Analytics Team, Kaiser from United States, Dr. Maluji, Assistant Professor, School of Computer Science and Engineering, Digital University, Kerala, Mr. Sajid Shashindran, Senior Consultant, Cybersecurity, Wipro Technologies, Kochi, and the last resource person, Mr. Sleeba Paul, Product Manager, AI and ML, Docket AI, Bangalore, Kerala. On behalf of Department of Computer Science, Nirmala College, Moatuvuzha, I extend a gratitude towards all the resource persons. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank the coordinator of online adult FDP, Dr. Thomas KV, and he is also our Director of Department of Computer Science. Thank you, sir, for your support and dedication. Next, I would like to thank co-coordinator, Ms. Sharia Panikar, Head of the Department and Associate Professor. She is always behind all the events and hard work for the entire session. Thank you, Miss. Next, I would like to thank the technical team led by Mr. Biju Peter, all the members of technical team. Thank you all. A special thanks for all the faculty members from Department of Computer Science, their valuable feedback, their valuable different types of opinions that help us lots. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, on behalf of all the participants and the team of this FDP, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you also, Sharon sir. Thank you for all the efforts that you have put behind this days-long process, days and months, nights-long process. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. And dear participants, we have a lot of feedback that has been popped up in the chat box. We are really grateful. We are sincerely grateful for all the good words, kind words that you have posted here. We are truly grateful for all your support, your good feedbacks. Thank you so much, all our participants. So Sharon, we can post the link for the examination in the chat box, sir. The examination link will be posted in the chat box. It's a Google form. We will be having 25 multiple choice questions with a 1 hour duration. And during the 1 hour, we will be online. So you can complete the examination. Sharon, sir.
Yes, Miss. I think
Could you-
some participants have some net problem. You can take your time. I think some participants posted like they have some net issues.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Anyway, the time till 7:30 they can attend the exam.
Yes.
Total 25 questions.
Sir.
Yes.
Sharon, sir, could you please
Yes.
post the link for the question exams in the chat box?
Okay.
And then we can give them 1 hour time for that to
Okay.
attend. Dear participants, you can take your time and we'll be waiting here. Don't worry, we'll be waiting because we have to enter your attendance as well as your marks for the test in the adult FDP portal. Only then the ACT will issue your certificates. So kindly focus on the examination. Sir will be posting the link here. Yes, Chetan sir, you have to submit the test. It's not in adult FDP. We will give you the link. Complete the exam here. We will get your marks and those marks will be entered in the adult FDP portal by the organizing team itself. Your attendance too will be entered by us. And after that, AACT will issue the certificate to you. Sharon sir has posted the Google
Yes.
form link for the examination in the chat box. Kindly find the link, everybody.
If anyone have issues, you can post. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You are audible.
Yeah. If anyone have any issues, you can chat in the box. Okay.
Yes. I hope everybody has seen the link for the examination. Okay, Sharina ma'am, we will send the link once more. Pooja ma'am, the examination is through this Google form link. You don't need to attend the examination in the Atal portal. You can give the examination through this Google form and we will enter your marks in the Atal portal. Okay. It's only a feedback, separate feedback that you have to give in your login in Atal portal. The examination is through this Google form. Venkat sir, have you handled the link problem? Is it opening? Okay. Mr. Venkat Babu, do you still have issues with the form? Hope the examination link is working for everybody. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for responding. Thank you. Okay, so complete it within 1 hour and we'll be waiting. Thank you. Thank you for the response.
Thank you, Rajashree Miss.
And Shankari ma'am, as well as Mr. Venkat Babu, has also responded that the link is working. Thank you so much. We have a few people who have joined now, so I think we'll have to post the link once more. So those who joined late, kindly find the link here.
If anybody wants the feedback link, it is there in the chat box. Kindly make sure that all of you have filled it. There are 3 sessions, so 3 feedback form links are there. Please refer the chat box.
Yes, sir. Once the exam is complete and you have submitted the form, you can kindly leave the meet. Okay, I'll resend the exam link once more. Thank you, Ms. Pooja. Thank you, Mr. Shivadas. Thank you, Subha ma'am. Ms. Balapriya, could you try later if the portal is working or not? You have time. You have time till evening. You can just check it once more. Thank you, Mr. Pratyu. Make sure to click the submit. That's all. Thank you, Rajashri ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Anju, Ms. Anju Marcos. Thank you, Ms. Sharina and Ms. Kavi Priya. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinsi ma'am. Thank you, Alfonso ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Rashmi. And thank you, Mr. Rajmal. Thank you, Sigma. Thank you, Ms. Sapna. Thank you, Savita ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pardon me, Naveen sir.
Naveen sir, you want the feedback form of today's session, or can you mention in the chat box?
Yes, sir. Today's section.
Okay, sir. I will repost.
Yeah, thank you. And one more thing, sir, we have to give a feedback on Atal FTP also, no? So to Atal portal,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, when
After
we have
completing, pardon
today
me.
alone, right? So in the
Today, if it
in
is open, you can submit. Today, if it is open, then you can submit.
okay.
I will repost that today's 3 sessions feedback. We can refer the chat
Oh,
box. Okay, sir.
yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Thank you, dear Sijo.
And thank you, Mr. Jimmy, also for the kind words. Thank you. Thank you for your participations, dear all. Dear participants, regarding the feedback in the Atal portal, we would like to just cross-check if there is any time limit set by the AICT itself. That's the only thing. And some participants are facing problem with the feedback link in the Atal portal also. So kindly try after some time. Dr. Kavita, regarding the reflection journal, let me just check for 1 second if there is a time limit. Because as such, there is no time limit for that. You have to complete it within today evening before the exam winds up. That was all. Dr. Kavita, do you face any problem with submitting the reflection journal? There should be time till 7:30 anyway for submitting that. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sure, Dr. Jeeva, the recorded videos, the material, the presentations, PDF format of the presentations will be provided in a Google Drive. The link of the drive will be shared to you in the WhatsApp group. Okay, ma'am? Miss Senia, regarding your official college mail ID, maybe it's better you try with your personal mail ID, because if that is what is registered with a city portal, please try with your personal mail ID rather than your official college ID.
So can I do all the feedbacks like 6 days again I have to do?
No, ma'am, it won't be a problem mostly. But when you log into the portal and give the feedback, you may do it with your personal mail ID.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Should we do the feedback in the adult portal today itself?
Ma'am, we are not sure whether there is any time limit, because once the FDP schedule is over, in case AICT disables the link or something, we are not sure about that. So that's why we requested the participants to complete it today itself. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. And as
Dear
many of
participants, miss 1 second. If you have any problem with the feedback filling in adult portal, okay, you can try it in tomorrow. Because I think some participants already messaged me. They are not able to select the priority of the resource person. Okay, we will check tomorrow. Okay, miss, thank you.
Sir, Sharon sir?
Yes.
Sharon sir?
Yes, tell me.
They were having a doubt whether there is any time limit, automatic time limit or something for the Atal portal FDP feedback.
No, they can post tomorrow also. Yes, yes. Feedback they can post after that.
Okay.
Okay, miss. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir,
Should we-
Mr. Naveen, sir, we will be sharing the PPT, the resource person's PPT with you in a Google Drive. So we have the recorded videos and the Google PPT in a Google Drive, and the link will be given to you in the WhatsApp group. So in that PPT, you will be having their contact information also, sir. Will that be sufficient, Naveen, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's sufficient for me.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. We will share the Google Drive link for you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, if there is any hands-on sections, will you please please arrange for these? No, if suppose we are planning for any upcoming FTP in like
Okay, sir.
online mode,
Yes, sir.
give one section as a online like hands-on sections like practical sections. That will be more
Yes, sir.
useful
Like
for us now.
Yes, sir. In case we are having anything that comes up that way, we will surely contact this FDP team because we are having the WhatsApp group. It won't be deleted. So anything that comes up in further in future, we'll be posting it there in the group.
Sure, ma'am. Thanks.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Sherry, ma'am, I have one doubt. I have used my one mail ID for filling the Google form, and I have used another mail ID in Atal portal. Will it cause any problem?
Madam, you have to use, already you registered as a user in adult portal. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You have to log in the same email ID to log in adult portal. But in the examination, you can use some other email ID. That is not a problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. Because I have got Yahoo account in Atal portal and I am using Gmail account for filling all the forms. That's why I asked.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
that is not a problem because you are specifying your name properly, like Swapna M.
Yes, I have specified it, sir.
Okay,
And I
thank
too have, I'm having problem, or I am also facing issues with login into adult portal. I'm not able to log in into adult portal. So
you are using Yahoo email ID for logging in the adult
yes,
portal.
sir. Yes, sir.
But
Yesterday
now
also
that
I had.
okay, maybe some problem with the AICT portal. Normally in Saturday, Sunday they have some problem. Okay, we will check it tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Sharon sir, there is one query in the chat box by Jose.
Okay.
Can you see the chat, sir?
Wait. Can you read that?
Sir, bad gateway to log in Atal now. Mr.
Okay.
Joseph, not able to log in AICT portal.
Maybe
That is we are facing.
Okay, maybe some problem with the AICT portal.
Yes.
Okay.
So participants, please try later on. There must not be an issue.
They can log in tomorrow or day after tomorrow. No problem.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, bad gateway 502. Yeah. So please, you can try later.
Yes, you have to complete the reflection journal. In reflection journal, you have to specify some 3 key points. I already shared that one template. You can take time, but please submit within 2 days or 3 days. Is it okay for you?
So Gashini ma'am.
Hello? Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, it has been shared in the WhatsApp group. So you can just refer that and complete it.
Anish sir?
Sweetlin ma'am, you can log into your adult portal with your login credentials and the feedback form will be there in your adult login.